Okay. Ich glaube, fine, it's time. Wo fangen wir an? Ich bin ein bisschen spät. Ich habe ein bisschen die Zeit verpeilt, to be honest. Von daher, I'm sorry, I guess. Ich muss kurz YouTube noch einrichten und dann. Oh. YouTube Tags. Ganz wichtig. Äh, das. Okay. Here we go. Wer spielt denn heute? Wie sieht denn das Bracket aus? Erste Runde Echo vs. Thunder. Donuts und Chiefs. Oh, das ist ein großes Bracket, actually. Das ist ein gutes Bracket. Wo ich gespannt bin, ist, Echo wird perplext, würde ich gern wiedersehen.
The most differing strategies from the last stand tournament. So the teams will have had plenty of time to iterate on those strategies.
Machen wir hier aus, actually, oder?
And I think, the fact that we're seeing it right on early on from Echo and of course Thunder, a team that was in that last stand tournament, should be really fun to see.
I was going to ask you too, looking at those other matchups from the round of 8 there, we have Donuts versus Cheese, Mandatory versus Legendary, and then Perplex versus Sloth at the bottom. Out of those teams, who is the team most likely to create a, I don't even want to call it like an upset, but a lower seed beating a higher seed? I want to look at that and see which one of our lower seeds potentially.
Very hard. So yeah, it's interesting to see that neither of the teams banded.
Something that's very interesting with the new Amulet coming through, I believe Disc Priest is a little bit more viable now that they can get more DPS out of that ring. And I think Disc Priest is a class that doesn't have as much problems with the explosives because of how they can dot. So we'll see. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. But we are going to enter that Azure Vault here first between Echo and Thundered. And if you're Thundered, you kind of have to wonder, how do you approach this, right? Because there is a lower bracket that you can kind of fall back into, and Echo being the clear favorite in this matchup and in the entire tournament, maybe your goal is to also just try your best, but plan on the lower bracket route just a little bit as well.
You know, you brought up the amulet as well, and that's going to be one of the things I'm curious about this weekend too, is to see how many people actually use it, right? Some classes, it's a little bit of a single target increase. Other classes, they say you don't need to get by with it. I guess we'll check that out as we go on, as the game has begun.
Okay, wir haben also Wort. Interesting. Haben wir die gleiche... Palatec. See that. Wir haben prinzipiell dieselbe Comp. Der Mage ist ziemlich interessant. Ist das Feuermage? Ja, das Feuermage für beide. DK ist, denke ich, klar. Priester ist, denke ich, auch relativ klar. Ja.
Gun Echo versus Thundered. Take it away.
There it is. We do see some comp changes.
Wait up.
So we'll check
Echo
that
hat
out
das
as we
geskippt,
go
oder?
on as the game has begun. Echo versus Thundered. Take
Nee.
it away.
There
Echo
it
snappt das
is.
runter,
we do
oder?
see some comp changes compared to what we've seen in the group stages.
Holy.
And an insane pull coming in by Echo as well.
Das ist fucking
I'll just take a
scary.
look at that. They pulled everything into the bottom area of the boss. So you can see there's like...
Now hat theoretisch alles, oder? Er hat noch keine Pain Suppression. Er hat noch keinen Asian Kings gebrockt.
I believe there might be 5 or even 6 tenders
Holy shit.
in there. So many interrupts they actually have to do. Considering that they run with Priest, they're even missing an interrupt too. They have the Master Spell to get rid of the magic effect if the cask is
Now
not
it Bubble. Sun. Wir gehen gleich auf
interrupted, but it can be very dangerous if you have so many tenders.
Auf
Plus all
Sunlight.
of these lashes that they pulled from the upstairs room as well. And there we go, Lamer already being engaged by
Gibt's hier auch irgendwie-
Echo. That's insanely fast by them.
Armsblade? Ne, Blades? Ne? Okay, wir geben.
Has begun. Echo versus
Pullen die
Thundered.
anders?
Take it away.
Die pullen an sich beide hier oben das? Nur dass Echo noch zusätzlich unten die Trees pullt.
There it is. We do see some
Instant.
comp change.
Wichtig ist, dass hier die Bäume interrupted
Changes
werden.
compared to what we've seen in the group stages, and an insane pull coming in by Echo as well. Just take a look at that. They pulled
Das sind so viele Bäume für Echo, das sind 10.
everything into the bottom area of the boss. So you can see there's like, I feel
Aber ich denke, dafür ist auch der Zwerg, der kann sich selber dispeln. Die können sich alle selber dispeln. Außer Klicks und Sub. Cooldown-mäßig.
believe there might be 5 or even 6 tenders, and
Obvious, beide Teams ballern hier gerade alle Cooldowns rein. Das ist, denke ich, logisch. Das macht, denke ich, Sinn. Was ich noch nicht verstehe. Hier Babypock zum Beispiel als DK sein Death-CD und Maris denkt sich, ja, fuck that.
there. So
I'm
many
fine.
interrupts they actually have to do. Considering that they run with Priest, they're even missing an interrupt too. They have the Master Spell to get rid
Hier. Und trotzdem droppt Baby so low im Gegensatz zu Maris.
of the magic effect if the cask is not interrupted. But it can be very dangerous if you have so many tenders. Plus all of these lashes that they pulled from the upstairs room
Ich
as
find's
well. And
interessant,
there we
dass-
go, Lamer
mein
already
Gott.
being engaged.
Ich find's auch interessant, dass Navi hier nicht mit echten Kicks pullt. Oder allgemein, weil hier. Alex packt hier seinen Asian Kings und Now chillt hier einfach auf dem Boss. Now braucht hier theoretisch keinen Death-CD zu ziehen, weil der Boss einfach so easy ist.
Just a quick reminder, this is a plus 20 tyrannical bursting Grievous that we're right now running. And Echo surely living up to what Now just tweeted a couple minutes ago. They are showing off what they've been cooking. And I'm really excited to see it. You already mentioned that Disc Priest.
Das hier ist der ganz normale Bossfight.
On Mage, again, something he's very known and familiar with. Now on the Prot Paladin, with a couple of changes to their challenge tree, they got a little bit more viable here. And I'm sure we're going to see a bunch more of them, especially with the way that MDI goes into these giant
find's-
holes every couple.
Dispriest ist relativ dead auf dem Live-Server. Was ich irgendwie schade finde, weil ich mag das. Ah, ich find's schön, dass er im MDI immer noch gespielt wird. Weil er einfach so viel Damage Reduction hat.
I'm pretty certain, like, even though the damage meter does show mirrors all the way at the top, I'm pretty certain that Gingy is gonna be the one that does the absolute most single target damage to this boss here, because I would also assume that Gingy is probably gonna get PI on single target possibly, while Mirrors is probably gonna get it on AoE. So that's very interesting to see that they're running.
Echo ist hier jetzt schon so weit. So viel weiter als Standard. Das ist jetzt schon schwer wird für Standard da was zu machen. Echo hat ja einfach komplett geblastet.
On the other hand, now also did engage the boss and they saved their bloodlust for it, but they have a lot more trash. So that means they did do an.
Hier, wenn man jetzt auch Bossfight vergleichen tut. Natürlich, der Boss ist jetzt hier relativ dead. Zadia und Now heilt sich offensichtlich selber. Während Alex mehr Damage pumpen tut.
Extra trash pool, but they have 10% extra.
Wenn ich das richtig sehe.
This means that Thundered is not actually that far behind if they can skip a pull that Echo has to do later on.
Oder? Halten das dann mal gekauft. Die 26k hier? Oder allgemein viel? Halten das mal ein bisschen im Auge.
has so many different routing options that to me, whenever we watch it, it feels like you can never tell who's really ahead because there is always like something the other team is doing.
Now hat mehr Damage und mehr hier gepumpt als Alex auf dem Pala.
So I'm very curious to see what Echo has been thinking about right now. They're going into this big pull here because it is tyrannical. I'm not too worried about that one. We've seen it on pretty high.
Der Dungeon ist so insane für Feuermatch.
Quite of a challenge, but here it shouldn't pose.
Eventuell sollten wir mal kurz drüber reden, wie Feuermatch funktioniert. Und zwar geht's darum, prinzipiell dein Dot spreadet immer weiter, je mehr Pyrocasts auf dem Single-Target sind. Das heißt, du suchst dir das Target mit dem meisten Leben, was in dem Fall hier diese Steine sind. Nennen wir es einfach Steine. Hier diese Crystal Treasure, kann das sein? Ich kenne den Namen nicht. Und die pumpst da als Mage. Und dadurch spreadet immer dein Dot weiter. Auf die anderen Targets. Pro Pyroblast. Ja, Skip. Keine Obvious.
So we'll see what they do. It's in approximately 8 seconds for Echo. It looks like the timer did stop a little bit because presumably because they took the books. But yeah, Thundering is gonna happen very soon for Echo, and then they might be pulling everything onto the boss with that buff. You can see cooldowns are available for everyone. Combustion on a little bit of a cooldown still, but it should come up very soon.
Bei der Zeit, wo hier der Pull beisammen ist, ich gehe davon aus, die pullen jetzt einfach alles auf den Boss drauf. Ist Combustion ready, PI ready. Ich gehe davon aus, PI geht auf Mirrors, auf den DK. Für AOE zu pumpen. Was aber auch Sinn machen wird, wäre PI auf Gingy für den Boss zu pumpen.
Alright, now is pulling the room, but the question is, are we going to go on to Azure Blade? Is that, yeah, Echo is pulling.
Hier, da. Wichtig ist hier, dass Icy Bindings interrupted wird. Dasselbe für Standard. Wenn der Cast durchgeht, ist es Basic ein Vibe. Also sobald die Flächen hier eintreffen, Instant. Keine Chance. Wenn das beispielsweise auf Zadia geht hier, für Echo, also allgemein auf den Priest, Insta-Vibe. Keine Chance, dass Nao das da oder allgemein der Tank, das da alleine denken kann. Das ist insane, Alter. Der Pull ist dead in dem Moment, wo die Phase switcht. Alter, das ist so perfekt getimed, das ist abnormal. Hier. Alex hat ja ziemlich früh Guardian gezogen. Hier. Warum zieht er hier schon? Das ist jetzt ziemlich meiner. Aber ich glaube nicht, das hätte er delayen können. Weil jetzt braucht er es noch nicht. Der Pull wird noch gegathert. So. Der richtige Damage kommt ja erst, wenn alle Mobs hier so stehen. Dann braucht er echt einen Kings. Three of their members on Echo side, so they can get rid of that bursting. If they get a high second, they don't have Master Spell ready. Yeah, as you said, Thunder also did that insane pull on their side, and you can see Asher Blade is engaged with all of those mobs still alive, though. They have to clear it off before the intermission phase starts, otherwise it can be a little bit dangerous for Alex. Oh, yeah, you said it. Interesting. Is still alive, and there's a lot of damage going out onto everybody now. Bazook has to make sure the team survives as the orbs keep coming. Geh davon aus, die droppen mir einfach. Ja. Hätte mich gewundert, wenn Echo das nicht gemacht hat. But they are managing to finish off everything, and they also got through that big pull. Now, of course, they're still a little bit behind Echo, who are already pulling the next boss here, but still very impressive to finish off that pull and to do it in the first place. Yeah, this is very interesting, right? Because Echo is now on Grey Wing, but look at how much trash they're still missing. The frog pull alone is not enough. No, the trash is coming. What? Wer hat das gepullt? Actually, wer hat das gepullt? Wir haben hier Gingy, Zelia, Klicks. Wir haben den Trash gepullt. Haben den Trash von da oben gepullt? Hat Maris das gepullt? Mit seinem DK? Der so spät kommt? Genau hat's. Hier sieht man's. Die engagen Boss ohne Tank, deswegen droppt hier jeder so hart. Und Zelia grabt hier Nano. Now hat hier oben die Plattform gepullt. Und die haben den Boss ohne Nano gepullt. Gut. Interesting. Das ist interessant. Das ist interessant. 15% approximately ahead, and Echo is now going to get that percentage while playing Grey Wing, which is incredibly efficient, and that snap looks so clean as well. I'm not sure who snapped it, if they did it with maybe Prot Paladin pulling it and then somehow gripping them down. But yeah, that was really impressive, and it looks like they're dealing with the trash really well too. Only one construct left, there we go, everything. Das ist auch so zeiteffizient, ganz ehrlich. Ja, ich bin gerade fasziniert davon. Weil Echo geht hier keine Zeit verloren. Thunder muss ja den ganzen Weg runterlaufen, die Frösche pullen. Und ja. Thunder läuft ja eigentlich mehr oder weniger ganz casual die Indie durch. Ja. Thunder macht ja aber auch einen Big Pull. Pullen die beiden eben?
of course has these intermissions that we are seeing on the left side here right now, and that allows you to kind of have a little bit of a
Ja, die laufen ganz durch.
and if you're using that to finish off trash, it's just so efficient, and generally we love having trash onto bosses because that's just
wichtig für Standard ist hier, dass die Berserker, wenn da 2 oder 3 auf einen chargen, kann das ein Instant-Death sein. Okay. War der Pala-Brock?
They're going for the frogs first, and this pull is, I think, the scariest in the entire dungeon.
Yeah, it's definitely scary. We do actually see Bazooka dropping incredibly low with all of those bursting stacks ramping up as well. We do see dwarf ratios on that team as well. Everyone is a dwarf except the druid that of course can't choose that race. So we do see the mass spells coming out, cooldown, and those dwarf ratios being used. But another 6 stack on Thunder.
Ja, der Rest ist nichts Besonderes vom Dungeon.
But there we go. They finished off the pull and they're now at 100% trash. So Thundered only has to do 2 bosses, while Echo has to do only 1 boss. But they still have to do all of these trash. So they have to do a frog pull, I believe, right after that last boss. So there's still a chance for Thunder to actually win this. I don't think they're that far behind, considering that they're completely done with trash. Now Echo, of course, using all of their cooldowns here for that last boss, and this should be melting pretty quickly, even though it is tyrannical.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm a little bit sad, so we have seen teams snap even more onto Umbral Skull as well. I would have loved to see like 2 bosses back to back with snaps, but I think at this point you're kind of struggling for mobs to actually snap here. I don't think there's anything left in those rings that they could have possibly grabbed, so they will have to go back and do those frogs like you said, and it's all about how quickly can they do that. Thundered, on the other hand, they don't, I mean, they have the option to snap anything onto Talash or onto Umbral Skull, but having already done all of the trash...
Die Frage ist... Standard muss jetzt 2 Bosse legen, klar. Aber Echo hat danach nur noch Trash-Mobs. Und nach dem Boss sollten die Cooldowns von Echo relativ wieder fein sein. Von daher, ja. Ich denke, dass Echo hier noch eine gute Chance hat, das schnell zu haben. Ich denke, Echo ist hier noch Head. Der Boss ist verstellt. Standard muss hier noch Craving killen. Und noch den Drachen. Und Echo macht jetzt den Frogpull. Now hat Bubble.
Looks like the Mindsuit is coming out by Celia, and now they're going to be grabbing everything here. As you said, they're going to be gathering it downstairs. Possibly doing both of the breakers together, just like we saw Thunder doing.
Die machen denselben Punkt wie Standard, nur später. Gingy hat ja wieder Combustion noch für den Pull. Die haben wieder alle Cooldowns. Das ist perfektes. Die haben PI. Die haben alle Cooldowns. Echo ist hier komplett fein. Echo blastet das da jetzt, kriegt 100% Trash raus und easy clap.
There's at least 4 breakers. There's 5 breakers in this pool. There's 5 breakers is absolutely insane. I mean, it's a 20 tyrannical, but those AoE casts that are unavoidable damage on the group plus the shoulder slams coming out is absolutely crazy. So they have to finish this off really quickly. You can see all of the defenses coming out by Echo. You can see the disc bubble. You can see the dwarf racials coming out for the bursting. And they melted this pool so incredibly fast. Wow. They're going to be done in just a second. 12 minutes, 20
wow.
Here by Echo. Oh my god.
Das war so...
Wow, I mean...
Ich würde hier immer gerne Auge auf Celia haben, to be fair. Einfach als das kann. Wie Celia es schafft, die Gruppe so hart hochzuhalten. Halo? Shadow Covenant, von daher die Dark Peanuts.
I'll be honest, this could go either way.
Schism.
There's at least four breakers. There's five breakers.
Ein Blast,
There's
2.
five breakers is absolutely insane. I mean, it's a 20 tyrannical, but those AoE casts that are unavoidable damage on the group plus the shoulder slams coming out is absolutely crazy. So they have to finish this off really quickly.
Hauptsächlich mit Mind Blast.
Coming out by Echo, you can see the disc bubble.
Peanuts of cooldown.
Coming out for the bursting.
Yeah.
They melted this pull
That's
so
it.
incredibly fast. They're gonna be done in just a second.
Insane.
12 minutes, 23 here.
Insane.
Oh my god.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie Sadie das gemacht hat. Aber mit einer Pain Suppression und puren Heal Stripper.
That's honestly so impressive.
Respekt.
Then pull the third boss.
Warte, sieht man hier, wie die das gepult haben?
From every team. It's variations on strategy. So let's take a look at this. We saw a lot of Azure Vault strats coming into the second.
I mean, now hat's gepult, ne?
But this is the fastest variation that we've seen. Now, we saw teams have their tanks snap mobs down to this third boss before, but they had to wait for the tank to round up.
Ah, Klicks geht auf Tank and that's it.
Clicks decide,
That's
you
all.
know what, I'm a feral druid, I can just go bear form. I'll tank the boss while now is upstairs.
Das ist insane. Das ist actually fucking insane.
And look at that. By the time now gets gripped down, they've already got the boss down an extra 5%. And, you know, in later matches and in a game of inches, this could be a huge difference maker for them. This is actually insane. This lets them get everything nice and stacked up. And by the time the boss is down from the intermission phase, they're ready to just go off to the races and AoE everything down. That's just so time efficient coming in from the and it's not something that's easy to pull off either. They would have had to put a lot of practice together, making sure every little tiny bit of that pull goes well. And then, of course, finishing it off.
Der Pull hier ist absolut scary.
They saved the second Bloodlust for this as well. This was just a textbook run from.
Hier die Ramp. Das war der erste Pull für Echo. Mit fast 2,3 Millionen Peak. Ne, drüber. Sagen wir 2,3. Was ist die gelbe und was ist die lila, ne? Ah, Echo versus Thunder. Okay, I see. Echo hat mehr, logischerweise. HPS. Hier, der letzte Pull. Der HPS. Der Priest war immer relativ gleich von den Spikes her. Ist fein. Oder allgemein die Healing. Ah, der DPS von Echo ist viel mehr gespiked. Wenn man das hier sieht. Das hier ist Downtime. Das hier ist obvious der erste Pull vom Boss. Das hier ist die Bossphase. Das hier war der zweite Boss. Aber war das hier der zweite Boss? Das hier müsste der zweite Boss sein. Der Bossraum. Ja. Das hier war der Frogpull. Für Thundered. Und das hier war der Frogpull für Echo. Insane. Insane. Einfach mehr Damage. Echo hat einfach mehr Damage.
The Echo, right? So we'll see what those two teams have for us in SPG.
Könnte ein Unterschied vom PI sein. Actually.
Like the big rock in the middle at the start of the dungeon, putting their hands out, and I'm like, if only that rock was there, they could finally complete their high five.
Interesting.
That's
Okay,
these
no,
are
I have to
things,
keep
these
you
are
up
things
at
I
night.
notice. I don't know. Can't help it.
Yeah, you know, I hope he's not thinking of other women, though, at night. Maybe that rock was gone.
This is very accurate, actually. Well, it's time to get into game number 2 between Echo and Thunder. Echo, of course, looking for that quick 2-0. I wonder what happens if he falls down the well. Doesn't matter. We're getting going. The map has begun. See if Thunder can tie it up. That's right.
There's no priest.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Oh.
There
It's
is
because of raging,
no
I
priest
guess.
for Echo. I agree. I think you want to have that overall oppressive roar from the provoker in here to get some of those raging soothe dispels, whatever you want to call them, out there. Make sure you have a little bit of an easier time. But on the side of Thundered, they're opting to go for that PI that is gonna, I think, land on the mage in most cases here and do him really, really well. We're gonna see how it plays out. Right now, they are setting up that very first pull. And if you only count 4 team members, then you count it right, because both teams are doing what we see from Subchris here right now. They're pulling both sides down into Sedana Blood Fury, something we've seen every single time, I think.
Ja, ich denke, hier gibt's noch viel zu sagen.
In the MDI after
Prinzipiell in der Regel der Druide geht eine Seite und der Tank geht die andere. Bei Shadow Moon. Beide Seiten werden einfach ausgepult. Das heißt, die ersten Gruppen werden jeweils geskippt auf der Seite. Und ab den Spinnen. Spinnen und die 2 Skelettengruppen. Die werden gepult. Boah, das ist bad. Dass Gingy hier jetzt gestorben ist, ist bad.
This is very interesting. So what happened here was that Sally actually got the magic debuff from the caster, didn't dispel it, used time dilation instead. And then Gingy did use Dwarf Wishes. I'm not sure if he had the debuff as well, and then he went down anyway. But yeah, this is a little bit difficult for Echo because of that death on the mage, losing quite a lot of damage there, presumably going down maybe even during combustion. So lots of damage lost on these ads, and you can see they're all raging. Now it's kiting them. If he gets hit by any of those void slashes, he might just go down. So Elia now down.
No,
they do not have a battle rush. It's going to be very difficult for them to finish off.
Zelia geht. Das ist fucking bad.
Healing. So all of those Word of Glories can go into the damage dealers to keep them alive. Now might be able to carry the rest of this fight here if they have enough damage to kill off.
Wie ist Zelia gestorben?
Gets hit by any of those.
Ich was?
Presumably going down, maybe even during combustion. So lots of damage lost on these ads, and you can see they're all raging. Now is kiting them. If he gets hit by any of those void slashes, he might just go down. So Elia now down.
Ach, das war von dem Ad.
This will be very difficult for them to finish off. But they have a Prot Paladin. Prot Paladin is so good at off healing. So all of those Word of Glories can go into the damage dealers to keep them alive. Now might be able to carry the rest of this fight here.
Macht Prot Paladin Sinn eigentlich für den Dungeon?
Because they have Turn Evil that actually does so much damage to these ads, actually just executes
Im
them.
Vergleich.
30%. So this looks like they can recover, but look at Thunder. They didn't have any of those issues on their side. They're already done with the boss, and they're invising past the next trash pack, immediately engaging the second boss.
No, look at the
Sandert ist hier. Hat ja definitiv die Advantage. Wenn Sandert jetzt clean spielt, hat Echo eigentlich keine Chance, das da zu recovern. Wenn.
For Echo, that Grief Torch reset coming in clutch, 2% remaining on to Blood Fury. They need to get through this boss, the Defiled Spirit being rooted and everything that they can in the back there, but they lost so much time.
Ich meine, kann Nao hier noch resen.
Need to catch up and
Das kann
somehow
da.
get back to where Thundered already is, and they have their trash pulled onto Nalish. Now
Das ist bad.
go into the Soul Steel phase now, allowing them to have basically free DPS onto that trash once they come out of it, and that is going to be so good for Maskin, who is going to get that PI right now, and you can just watch him shoot up on the details now.
Yeah, even just looking at the boss HP here, look at Nalish boss HP just absolutely melting by all of those cooldowns coming out and the combustion with
Sandert ist ja so weit.
as well. Good timing on the Thundering too. Maybe it would have been better if it came a little bit early, but there we go. They're going to be melting the boss. Echo did now manage to recover, had to use 2 single rests by the Prot Paladin there to get those 2 members back up, but now they also did engage Nalish too, but there's a lot of time they have to make up. Thundered already done with all of the trash here too, so they only have to finish up Nalish and they can move on to that bridge area as soon as they're done with this. Looking really good for Thundered at this moment.
Das Problem ist für Echo, das fuckt jetzt mit Cooldown-Management. Jetzt haben die Cooldowns, die sie normalerweise nicht haben. Die haben eventuell mehr sogar jetzt. Und die Verleitung ist halt, die jetzt zu benutzen. Und es kommt dann zum Problem, wenn sie die später nicht haben sollten. Aber ich gehe davon aus, dass Echo dafür trainiert hat. Für sowas. Ich meine, die machen das nicht zum ersten Mal. Das sind jetzt nicht wirklich Noobs. Von daher gehe ich mir davon aus, dass das weniger das Problem für Echo wäre als zum Beispiel für Standard. Ich meine, prinzipiell ist das relativ easy in der Theorie.
And if any of those casts go off from the bats or from the spiders, it can be pretty deadly in a 22, 45, plus the raging as well, that they don't have many soothes for. They don't have that oppressive roar on the evoker as Echo has. They only have the single target from the druid. So they have to be a little bit more careful when it comes to raging.
Was für Standard spielt mit Vampiric Embrace? Ich hab dann. Hat Zelda eben damit auch gespielt? Ist das ein Ding? Ist das ein Ding als Disc? Das fällt mir jetzt erst auf. Will ich gleich mal gucken. Weil prinzipiell Vampiric Embrace macht jetzt nicht so viel hier. Das muss man nicht als Disc. Als Shadow verstehe ich's. Das macht Sinn. Aber als Disc, ein Taubit macht mehr. Das ist einfach ein Glaube mehr, den du in meinen Augen verschwendest.
That's a lot of interrupts that you need here. Well, I feel like that prot paladin is really good due to all of the extra shield casts, and I think the first boss could have gone even worse for Echo if they had a prot warrior that wasn't able to heal as much as now was on the prot paladin. So definitely the right choice for them in this dungeon here that saved them maybe even a little bit more, but looking at the timer difference, now goes down.
Was geht falsch bei Echo? How?
Here that saved them maybe even a little bit more, but looking at the timer difference, now goes down. No battle rest available.
Oh no.
Also dropping Zelia trying to kite it out, but it's also
that's done.
to fall to the floor here. This is not Echo's key. Recovering this will be nearly impossible at that point. Of course, they're going to try, and there's still a little bit that could go wrong for Thundered, especially with those blueberries waiting as well, but that is really unfortunate.
Yeah, something definitely went wrong in this pool. So what happened is, I believe Celia had 3 debuffs on him from the bats. It was 3 stacks of the disease, which does a lot of damage, and it's also haste reduction in a slow. So it looks like they didn't have a dispel for Celia, and Celia somehow stay alive and heal himself, and then now presumably maybe even helped Celia, maybe using some word
Das
on him,
ist vorbei.
and then just ended up going down, not having enough healing with all of
Das Problem ist, der Endboss in Shadow Moon ist immer noch ein bisschen, ja, sagen wir mal buggy. Mit dem, mit der Ult von ihm. Von daher, Standard kann hier noch viben. Die Wahrscheinlichkeit ist aber gering. Actually. Das selbst wenn Thunder hier einmal komplett wipen tut, ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit ziemlich hoch, dass es immer noch machbar ist.
down to 20%, and they're gonna keep on going. This boss has a lot of HP and takes a long time.
Und das ist ziemlich schwierig jetzt, weil Standard.
That is definitely a big plus for them on the overall timer, and at this point you also have to look at the extra penalty seconds that Echo has accumulated, now also going down once more.
No, what are you doing?
Just tilting, maybe a little bit. But hopefully they can get back to that in the next key. I don't think
What
there's coming
the
back
heck?
here. They're kind
Wie ist denn Now jetzt hier gestorben? Ich verstehe auch nicht, warum hier keine Liebe aussieht. Der Necrotic Burst, oder? Geht der durch? Nee. Geht der durch?
seconds that Echo has accumulated, now also going down once more. I think at this point they're kind of just tilting a little bit. But hopefully they can get
Was doesn't GG go next?
in the next key. I don't think there's coming back for Echo here. We're gonna keep an eye open. Thunder now finishing off Bone Maw, and then they're gonna move on to what could be a turnaround with the blueberries being a little bit threatening here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
the
unfortunate.
here was that, of course, when they went down, when they had the wipe, they were losing all of their defensive cooldowns. They used everything to somehow keep
Yeah.
that pull.
Okay, die pullen das
Now
trotzdem.
we saw now all of the
Na gut, keiner
exits where
müssen sie
they
können,
went
to be
down,
fair.
used Bubble Taunt to actually stay alive. And after the Bubble Taunt, it looked like now had absolutely nothing left.
Für eine Art von Trust zu haben, müssen sie das da durchziehen.
No defensives anymore, and then now just going down. They did manage to recover, but yeah, of course, Thundered only
Kinda
had those
sad.
blueberries and the last boss left. One thing that is a bit dangerous for their comp here is that they only have that one Soothe. You can see they're fully focusing one of the void spawns, making
Very
sure that they have
nice.
enough time for the Soothe to be ready again, because it is, of course, a 10-second cooldown, so they have to make sure that not both of them are raging at the same time.
Yeah, that was fantastic out of Thunder. They know exactly what the weakness of their comp is, and they're playing so that that won't hurt them. Of course, they're going to spend a little bit longer time here on those void spawns than Echo could theoretically, but it is enough for them to move on. To Zook taking a lot of damage here, but it will be enough for them to get down here, to get to Nerzul. And this boss has caused some sacrifices before, but Thunder does have one battle rest available. 14 seconds until that Bloodlust will be back up again, and then another 30 for Thundering. Looking all across the board, Army is ready, Combustion is ready. There's going to be another minute until Incarn will be back up, but all across looking really good for Thunder to actually take this boss down quickly.
Definitely. They do have PI on a cooldown still, so maybe they're waiting for PI and some other cooldowns to come back up. Maybe a second combustion before they use that Bloodlust. Yeah,
Was interessant ist, Maximum burstet einfach nur den Boss, der geht nicht hier aufs Ad.
really good. You can see Maskin just focusing the boss with that combust, not even switching to that.
Das ist, denke ich, interessant.
Because they do
Aber
damage with the cleave and,
ich denke, viel zu sagen gibt's hier nicht. Das ist relativ
as well, which is really nice when you have that mage.
selbsterklärend.
And now, of course, Maskin is baiting all of those omens as well, because Maskin is the only ranged.
Das ist relativ simpel in meinen Augen.
If you have a ranged DPS, then it doesn't spawn in the healer, so Maskin is gonna get all of them. But of course, as a mage with all of those blinks and all of this mobility available to you, it shouldn't be any issue at all.
Here it is.
Oh, das ist
Now coming in and
keiner Bad Timing. Hier ist der Beam.
you can
Direkt auf der
see
Rune.
also being popped, PI being used,
Kinda sad.
going out, Combustion will be back up, and
Macht hier aber keinen Unterschied für
right
Standard.
that boss. They're only
Der Dungeon
clearing
ist done.
Ritual of Bones for the most part, and that will be enough for them. They had a fantastic Malevolence bait before. I think we're gonna get another really nice one here now that Maskin is close with the group. Easy to dodge that one out. Now they need to get a little bit out because that Omen spawned in an unfortunate place, but they don't even care at this point. Nerzul is down to 5%, and it is going to fall.
And that's done.
12 minutes and 27 seconds on the clock.
Ja,
In that
das,
execute,
ja.
sending Echo in the first
Das ist sad, so zu verlieren.
Yeah, you remember back after last
13 Deaths.
you know, there was a
Keine
thing on the
Chance.
screen that said Echo 2-0. Well,
Kinda sad.
well, how about Echo getting full person goes down?
Hier, wenn man hier allein schon sieht. Hier der vom Gingy. Der Spike. Was ist der Boss? Also das hier ist der Bossfight, ja. Das ist aber der zweite Boss. Echo hat aber trotzdem mehr Damage. Also mehr Burst Damage gehabt. In den Bossen. Als Standard. Huh. Interesting. Akademie. Okay, jetzt wird's. Das sind ja fixe.
Any class buff.
Tyrannisch, Boldstring und Mechanic.
So maybe they want to bring like a priest healer.
Das ist interessant.
Let's see if Echo or Thunder can take it.
Oh, Hexer. Affliction. 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 Ich verstehe nicht, warum Mage? Warum Mage anstatt, I don't know, Priest? Schurke.
I love it. I love it. It's beautiful. We already see a very different.
Oder, I don't know, DK?
We see
Who cares? DK?
Thundered is going to the tree area here, gathering up all of these lashers. So very interesting to see the difference. And then, of course, both of the warlocks are playing Affliction, which is the warlock spec we've seen the most in this dungeon because you get so much value from having all of these small mobs. But Maskin actually goes down immediately for Thundered here. After
Ich find's insane, wie Maris hier einfach komplett Burning Rush durch Spam.
huge time loss for Thundered. This mage absolutely blasts this AoE pull. So going down there with PI and with combustion is gonna mean that Thundered is gonna take
Oh, das
time to
ist
finish up this pull.
interessant. Ist Standard geht hier für das normale Routing, wie in Live Keys. Für den Baum zuerst. Während Echo das halt nicht macht. Was mich auch interessieren wird, ist, ob es worth ist, den Trash von der letzten Seite auf den Boss zu pullen. Das geht. Somehow. Allein diese Wespen sind so insane ekelhaft. In dem Pull für Sonder. Und bei Echo sind es halt die Bücher der Stun.
Something that you have to keep in mind that is going to be scary and stressful, especially for your healer who's at the same time trying to keep you alive. And then these bosses have a lot of HP, so I think this dungeon definitely something. But Thundered pulled down some. How did they get those Echo Knights? What happened?
Could have been a pet
Where
warlock
did they
pet,
come
right?
from?
Possibly.
Warlock
But they
hat?
are.
Yeah.
Warlocks are playing Rimmer of Sacrifice, so I mean, it is still possible, of course, to summon a pet, go up there, and pull it back. But they somehow got it. They do have the mind control, of course, from the priest, so they can mind control those restorers to get the extra haste buff, which is going to be incredibly useful. As they also now pop up Bloodlust immediately as soon as they.
Standard hat genau das gemacht, was ich gemeint habe. Die haben von oben das Pack geholt.
Just lost so much time. I looked at the damage meter after the lashes were dead, and Maskin was on 70k DPS. And mages can go up to 1.5 million DPS here in this pool. So you can see just how much time they lost from Maskin going down with all of those cooldowns up at the very start. So very unfortunate. It's of course still possible for them to catch up here, especially with that extra Echo Knight pull they did here in the boss. They have to be very careful with Sanguine though. You can see a blast wave coming out.
Der Boss wird hier einfach geblastet für beide Teams.
Underneath the overgrown agent as well, as Echo is still working on Veximus.
Yeah, both teams are chewing through that first boss here, and you can see the marks coming out of Thundered, making sure they get that clear. That's actually going to be a little bit close, but they manage to eke this one out. There's one more Echo Knight that's now going to die, and I think They gripped it out to make sure that the Sanguine doesn't pose any further problems. Echo, on the other hand, is also dropping pretty low, but so is the boss. Vaximus is about to die, 5% remaining. And if you're looking at the trash count, these teams are actually so close. So even though Thunder already pulled that big pull with the Echo Knights into boss, they're only 4.44% ahead in trash count and a little bit behind in boss count, so to say. So we'll see how this one works out. For now, Echo skipping through here,
Ooh, that was
moving
so
on.
cool.
Very nice,
That was so cool. So what we saw here was that Zalia got Bob by now. He walked through the trash pack, feared all of them, and if you are
Und er ist Sanguine, oder? Ist das Sanguine?
then that means that you're the only one that gets in combat. So everyone else was able to
ne?
walk through the pack, not getting in combat. Then Zalia, once everyone was through, pressed Shadow Melt to
gotta fight.
combat, and they skipped it like that. That was very beautiful, very interesting, very smart way of skipping that trash pack.
That's, I think they took a page out of Cheese's book, because they did the same thing with the Fear Sigil from the Demon Hunter. So very, very cool to see that here once again.
Haben die hier die falschen? Das ist doch Sanguine.
Of the teams, but now
Wo sind die Pets? Ah, hier unten. Okay, I see.
Yeah, there we are.
Ich hatte gerade irgendwie Bots im Kopf gerade. I don't know.
Due to the power of Warlock Pat coming
Ich
here
dachte gerade.
to that sentry, you don't want to play this one
Ich dachte gerade, ich bin doch komplett falsch gerade.
the same thing, but they're able to pull the mobs up that they skip previously, because
Oh
they're
my.
finishing off the Mana Fiends and the Ravager here. A little bit of Sanguine healing, perhaps. 8 million is quite something. It's not terrible, but it is something. So we'll see how that goes. Or
Ich habe nur nicht drauf geachtet.
we'll see.
Alright, so I do want to talk about the difference in strategy here, because we've almost always seen teams go to Vaximus first in the MDI, and the reason for it is that
Ich meine, Tyrannica ist kein whatever.
can snap the lashers
To be fair.
to the Alpha Eagles or to the
Das Bosse haben ein paar mehr HP.
but
Chaos.
additionally, you don't have to backtrack anywhere. If you go to tree
Von
house,
daher
you have to do a whole turn and then go back.
passt
which is
das.
increased just time that you have to run. But the reason why Thundered actually went to tree boss first is because apparently they are mind control and control mind, one of those restorers that we talked about before that gives you this huge haste absorb, and they went there first because they want to drag the restorer throughout the whole dungeon. Now, I'm not sure if they actually managed. I'm not sure if the restorer is still alive for Thundered, but that is the idea behind their routing and why they go to the right.
Yeah, that's very, very cool to know. I don't think they have a restorer with them right now, but Echo pulling all of these lashers onto the sentry is not entirely working out for them. Clicks went down here. They do have a battle rest, but it's very hard to cast with everything else that is going on.
Clicks is dead.
Right now. Mirror is dropping pretty low now, needs some extra help.
Set life.
A little bit of extra healing. Mirrors also dropping. This pull is getting a little bit out of control. Now they need to kill off the sentry to somehow recover this, right? Sentry is going to drop here. They still have all of those lashers though, so just gonna move on, I think, into the eels and take them with them, if that's possible? Or are they going to play them here by their own?
Explosive is just so
Eh?
dangerous on this pull that they're doing here, and
GG?
Eh?
yeah, I mean, he's in combat right
Oh,
now.
that was scary.
Over somehow with the blink. Yeah, that was very scary. As they now did snap,
What?
they're still missing 2 members of their.
What the heck war das? Wenn ich Gingy wäre, wäre ich mad. Das. What?
Play them here by their own.
Hier. Gingy blinkt hier? Und somehow geht das Launchpad nicht.
Explosive is just so
Yeah, here we
dangerous
go.
on this pull that they're doing here, and
GG?
GG. Yeah, I mean, he's in combat right
Oh,
now.
that was scary.
Over somehow with the blink. Yeah, that was very
Wie
scary.
kann sowas
As they
gehen?
now did snap, but they're still missing 2 members of their
Holy,
team.
hätte ich.
And Mirrors, they're not here. They did release.
Hätte ich einen
They're very
Herzinfarkt.
glad to walk back. And remember, they skipped that trash pack on the bridge. So that means, I mean, Clicks can stealth through, but Mirrors cannot. So they have to do something. They don't have Shadow Meld available either from Clicks. So Mirrors, if he doesn't have a pot available to invis through, he has to die and get rest by Clicks. That's the only way he can actually get here. So we'll see if Mirrors does go down or if he does have a pot available. looks like the pot was
To be
already
fair,
so Flix is here now.
Meryl, was Nagura hier meint, wenn Marys hier down gehen sollte, warum auch immer, würde er die Packs von hinten pullen. Was meiner Meinung nach aber wahrscheinlich nicht zutrifft, weil ja hier die Löcher gepullt haben. Von daher sollte er einfach durch den Bossraum durchlaufen können. Ohne Probleme.
They're basically done with most of the trash, except the trash after Croft, after the tree boss. While Thunder has to still do that whole trash area in front of Maximus. So
Mich würde interessieren, mit welchem Bild Marys spielt als Warlock.
Who is in the lead? Because both teams made mistakes, and both teams have completely different routes.
Yeah, I'm very curious how they're going to approach Krath, right? Because there is a little bit of different tech you can do with how you activate.
Ich denke, er spielt aber mit dem Perma-Dot. Ich denke nicht, dass er hier dauerhaft Corruption draufballert. Das käme mir ein bisschen dämlich vor. Vorbei braucht er nicht. Das zieht auf Corruption.
And I think that might be their angle here as well. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Thundered, on the other hand, is already dealing with Krath here, but has a lot less trash than Echo.
Yeah, and then of course it's 23 Tyrannical, so these bosses have so much HP. And yeah, as you said, Krath is a boss where we've seen different strategies. We've seen teams, you know, line up both of the buffs simultaneously, which I'm not sure if that's possible in a 23 Tyrannical, because you would have to push the boss really low to be able to get those two buffs to spawn, and you might have a lot of Screech stacks that might be unhealable at that point. So it doesn't look like Thunder
Armory dafür.
Strategy. They are definitely they did the red phase already, so they only have the wind phase left at this point. But yeah, still lots of damage coming out of the group. You can see the Affliction Warlock also doing a lot of damage, even though there was no other ads around Krath. And that's like, I think that's the only boss where you don't have that advantage from the Affliction Warlock, where you don't get to like abuse the
es geht nur live.
Like the Soul Flame, where ads are dying around the boss.
Ich hab
That's
hier
like the only like boss where you don't have that advantage for Affliction.
That's true. There's no additional targets, but affliction damage could be good with that extra haste. So we're going to see how that one plays out for Echo. 14 seconds on to the Bloodlust. Surely they want to send it onto this boss and then maybe not the last one? They still have the tree boss, so they can send it here and the last one. Exactly. 2 battle rests available for both teams. As Thunder, it actually has Subchris going down here. You're going to need one of those 2 battle rests if they don't want to 4-minute. That's exactly what they're doing, picking him back up, making sure they can get through Krath here towards the end. That is a Grief Torch reset that is going to help a little bit, but not entirely. Now, looking back to Echo, how are we doing on those golds?
Sook going down as well here at the very end for Thundered, so they have to use one more rest. And yeah, this means that there's 5 seconds death penalty in favor of Echo now all of a sudden, because those 2 extra deaths that Thundered did encounter in this boss. Now we'll see what Thundered does on their way to Maximus, because as we talked about, they still have to catch up with some trash here. But this area here at the start, they already snapped. So you can see all of this area here is cleared. We'll see if they maybe skip the Ravager. Ravager packs are usually pretty dangerous with Sanguine, and we've seen Echo earlier get so much Sanguine healing on this pull, but it doesn't look like Thundered is skipping the Ravager as they're pulling it onto the bridge too. The bridge is something that Echo skipped, so definitely completely different routes for those 2 teams. Very interesting.
Okay, but look at Echo. They're currently in their Thundering and still haven't activated any of the golds just yet. They're now clearing. Both of the goals are only halfway done, and Krath is already down to 43%. I think it's exactly what we're seeing out of them. Just keep on going here. Yeah, it hurts. You can see, even the Warlock took some damage. That's usually a pretty good indicator for something really hurting. But they're managing. Really good. I think they're about ready. You can see clicks
Das
in
stimmt
the
halt
gold.
echt.
Daenerys inching towards that orb here, and now they have been activated.
Ich
In
find's
we
nicht.
go, and this should be where Croth just drops over. Look at that HP bar ticking down faster and faster. That boss
What's
will not
bracket?
live for much longer. For Echo here, 14% to go. As Thunder have another death. Maskin died here in their trash.
Ich meine, das sind rein die
Now
Bossputs.
10
Sind hier.
seconds in favor of Echo here by the penalty time.
Ich denke, das ist jetzt hier nicht so
really smoothly.
redenswert, to be fair.
I don't actually think this worked out the way they wanted for Echo. I mean, it did activate both of the goals at the same time, but as you said, they didn't have the Thundering, and Gingy didn't have Combust ready, which I would assume is the biggest damage within those double buffs, right? So very interesting. Maybe something went wrong. Of course, maybe the timer was just wrong because they had previous Sanguine.
Okay, ich habe jetzt hier die
Sentry,
Talente von
so that's probably throwing their timers
Maris
off and their
gefunden.
cooldowns like they usually have planned. But now they are in this Croth, in the boss area. In
Ja,
the
er spielt mit
area,
Cypher.
and of
Just a second. Spielt tatsächlich hier mit Cypher. Nochmal als Vergleich. Tatsächlich. Interessant. Dann. Ja. Spielt mit Grimreach. Okay, kein Obvious, das AOE-Talent für. Beide spielen mit Horn. Ja. Spielt aber nicht mit Live. Irgendwas, ne? Ich weiß nicht mehr, wie es heißt. Das Talent. Nee. Nee. Okay. Okay.
Of course, they already spawned the boss because they
Nice to
killed all
know.
the lashes already. They snapped them earlier to the sentry. They still have those skitter flies. They pull all 6 of them onto the boss here. They do have Bloodlust available, but they're holding on to it, presumably for the last boss, where they maybe want to pull some extra trash on top. We'll see how much trash they want to pull on top. Yeah, this is so close. Thunder actually using their Bloodlust on their side, so that means they will not have another Bloodlust for the rest of this dungeon. They are committing it for this Ravager pull, plus all of the trash in that Maximus area. Ooh, they knocked him apart.
Yeah. The look
Sanguine
at
on
the
the Ravager.
Sanguine healing. It's getting out of control. 18 million and still keeps going. Can we reach the 20 here for Thunder? Doesn't look like that will be the case for now, but maybe it still happens. Hopefully not. The Ravager does die, and it's only the Battle Axe that remains, but that's a lot of Sanguine healing on the side of Thunder. Definitely not in favor for them, but they will also start Maximus quite soon. I think Alex on the way there will grab some of these foragers as the boss is spawning, and Echo on the other side have already dealt with half of the overgrown ancient. I don't think there were any Echo Knights though, right? We didn't see any additional Echo Knights run down here for Echo.
Wait a second. Stop it. Stop it. Ich sehe gerade, Celia spielt hier mit Evangelism, oder wie das Ding ausgesprochen wird, in Dungeons. Das ist interessant. Das ist normalerweise ein Raid-Talent. Das ist normalerweise ein Raid-Talent. Der Rest macht Sinn, das ist normal. Alles das? Normalerweise spielt man hier mit Linions. Das ist der Go-To für Dungeons. Aber anscheinend.
No, I don't believe so. And that means, so looking at trash percentage for Echo, I is pretty crazy, but pulling 22% trash on top of the last boss seems a little bit much. So it is possible that they maybe do one trash pull before they do trash into boss. Because pulling 22%, I mean, that's so much. We will see in just a second once they're done with Overgrown Ancient here. But looking at Thundered percentage, they're already at 84%. So Thundered definitely can do a pull into boss only. I don't think they have to do any more trash pulls by themselves anymore after Maximus. But Echo is just... I mean, they're so close to the last boss already. They don't have to walk all of this way. Like Thundered has to walk all over that bridge, has to skip that other trash bag there as well. So it's looking really good for Echo here, unless things go wrong on the last boss, which is very possible,
that's scary.
considering the affixes that they have.
Was.
We'll see how big of a pull they're doing just now.
Das wird jetzt interessant. Macht Echo jetzt einen reinen Trash-Pull?
Let's see exactly
Oder pullen jetzt auf den Boss?
Alex is on to the left side here. Grabs the Echo Knights on the staircase, grabs the Echo
Ich glaube aber
Knights
nicht, dass sie das auf den Boss pullen.
not Alex now on top of the staircase.
Steckt die
and
LOS in
the
das hier?
left pack. It does look like they want to
Ja,
hold out
okay.
here for a second. The Mind Soothe has gone out to make sure they're not
war die
engaging the patrol.
Putt-Timing.
They're not done pulling yet. They're going into
Die
the
geht für den
wall. It
Boss.
seems like they're beelining for that final
Die geht
boss.
für den
They wanna
Boss.
get to Echo of Dorogosa, but Gingy falls on the
No.
way. They do have that battle rest, but they need to get back there. Reborn being cast by Clicks, making sure Gingy is back with them.
Soulstone
Now
auf.
running out. Ring of Frost free
No.
helping here, making sure
Das richtig?
everything is grouped up before they actually engage that boss. But it is a very, very scary pull that they're doing here. Bloodlust now coming out. You can see
Alter,
all
now
of the
ist
offensive
hier.
cooldowns going in. Nature's Vigil also being activated by Clicks, trying to heal. a
Now
little
safe-bar,
bit.
spielt gleich Ping-Pong.
Selena also trying to support the team here with the embrace, and these Echo Knights need
Bubble?
to finish off so quickly to make sure that the Sanguine isn't much of a problem. Can Echo do that is going to be the big question.
This is absolutely
was a
insane. This we do
beautiful
see some
knock.
of them go down. And
Das war
another one
so
goes
clean
out
für Echo
as
gerade.
well,
Aber
by,
so scary.
Gingy there with that blast wave, and it's looking really good. No
Den fehlen
Sanguine
echt die
going off,
2%.
and all of the trash is dead.
Excellent.
Den fehlen 2%. Das ist...
Those absolutely beautiful by Echo, and insane just how much trash they pulled into this boss. And look at how low the boss is too on top of everything else.
Das
Because of
ist
their constantly
bad.
running. They have the combustion that goes directly onto the boss.
Das ist
clearing
bad.
the ads with Ignite. And then we have Mirrors under the Affliction Warlock doing so much damage to the boss.
Das ist actually keiner Frage.
Just look at the Affliction Warlock damage. Absolutely crazy pull by Echo, and really well.
Ist das ein Anzeigefehler? Normalerweise
You said it. I think
das ist unwahrscheinlich, oder?
okay, we're gonna cross out that death by Gingy. Okay, we're gonna pretend it didn't happen. Aside from that, that was 10 out of 10 execution.
Das kann kein Anzeigefehler sein, oder?
Making sure everything's there. And the knocks prior to the mobs dying, making sure Sanguine doesn't.
Ah, okay, da ist noch ein
progress
Destroyer.
to them.
Oder
The way
Restorer.
they
Sorry.
positioned- The way they positioned the boss, it's just
Okay, ich hab's.
exactly perfect on every frontier here, and beautifully done. Now nearly finished with Echo of Dorogosa, 40% remaining. Thundered is showing up as well to replicate that same pull. They're not that far off, but they are off of Echo at this point. 5 seconds against them as well by the death penalty timer. And I think this is going to be it. I think Echo takes this series with this boss here. And I'm still very surprised it's a 2-1 and not a clean 2-0 from what we've seen so far. But man, that was a beautiful keep.
Mace, they're still running.
Yeah,
Echo, okay,
yeah,
you're
they're still
right. Echo
running.
of Dora
Come
goes
on.
that it should be pretty easy.
Come
They still have to
on.
finish off the
It's
Restorer as well.
15%.
Some people are going to be saying, oh, they're missing trash. But yeah, they obviously have that Restorer control minded by Zalia. You can see with the green marker over their head. So as soon as they're done with the boss, or now already, there we go, the Restorer has been released by Zalia. They have to finish it off. They have to make sure Sanguine doesn't heal the boss from this mob. But there it is. They did finish off Academy 90 minutes 34 seconds, and they're gonna be
Fair enough.
moving on in the upper bracket. While
Okay.
Thundered,
Das hab ich nicht
unfortunately,
gesehen.
fall down into that lower bracket.
The
Yeah, that's
relief
right, a
on
victory for
Mirror's
Echo.
face.
Der Mind Soothe, der war...
I mean,
Oder Mind Control, besser
they
gesagt.
made it close though. They put on a show, and Echo, I mean, they showed that they are mortal. Believe it.
Every team
Einmal kurz die Damage Spikes. Was für ein Pulver das hier? Waren das beide den letzten Puls? Da war der Boss-Pull für. Das war der erste Trash-Pull für Standard. Da war der Boss-Pull für Standard. Ja.
Here, and even in that very first series where it's usually like, oh, you know, it's Echo and we're used to getting
Das
a
war
duo in that
effektiv.
first series from them.
Das war effektiv close für Echo. Nach Shadow Moon. Und selbst in der Akademie. Das war scary. Wir haben Live-Puts mit Fortified. Oh.
Yeah, I do have. Yeah,
Interesting.
I have, some apparel that I could swap.
And the disc priest to, of course, buff the mage. But seeing the Destro Warlock on Cheese's side is interesting.
Fortified.
The apparel for the Warlock means they're missing Mark of the Wild and the utility that
Geister.
in general. But of course, they bring a lot of damage here in the Warlock, and they bring the Healthstones plus
Und
Soul
wie
Swords that can
heißt's?
also be pretty nice. And the Gateway, maybe if they use it somewhere. But there we go, Donuts pulling
Namen
everything
vergessen.
into the boss here. Look.
Ich hab den Namen hier vergessen. Just a second. Just a second. Grievous. Danke.
Look at that pull. Ring of Frost
Spiteful and Grievous. Oh mein Gott. Ich bin dann.
And all cooldowns being used, and Cheese, as you said, doing the exact same thing.
Who's the beneficiary of the power infusion for Cheese? It looks
Grievous
like
kann ja
it's
richtig
on-
hart werden.
Looks like it's on the mage. Okay, so they are still
Vor allem mit
focusing
Disc.
on doing as much boss damage as possible here. But look at the funnel coming in from Donuts here. Pulling out to a nice little lead here. It's going to get broken by that shield going up on the boss here, but they will break through that shield, I think, a little bit earlier here. Now, the question is, are these Spitefuls going to pose an issue for either of the teams? Because as this trash goes down, those shades are going to start to run amok, and you can see all of the players for Donuts are running around in
Oh
circles trying to
my.
get away from those shades, and it's actually cost them a ton of damage here. Cheese has actually broken through the shield first, and I think that's one of the benefits of running the Destro Warlock. Every single time you spawn a Blasphemy, you stun those mobs, including the Spiteful Shades. So they just have that much extra CC to lock everything down, and it has pulled them.
Ich denke, Destro hat hier
And they were easily, 60%
definitiv sein
behind
Advantage.
in the opening stages of this pull here. However, can they keep that advantage here? Their second shield has just now come up. So has Donuts here. Donuts got a little bit more boss damage in beforehand. But let's
Die
see.
Frage
Donuts does have all of
ist Destro Worth für den Druiden?
their trash down, whereas Cheese still has to finish off that Juggernaut, which just now goes down for them.
Ich würde es eher mit
I mean,
dem
look at
Mage
Cheese.
setzen,
Also
to be
that
fair.
boss just having so much HP still for Cheese. Even though their HP in the boss is equal.
Weil Mage
Donuts
und
has
Warlock
nothing left out of the
machen
boss.
prinzipiell
Cheese might still
dasselbe.
have to finish off this mini-boss as soon as they're done with the boss because it's so high HP. I don't know if it maybe
Er hört sich
got
wild an, aber es
far
ist
and
so.
they didn't get the ignite spread onto it, and the
Oh,
Rain of
true.
Fire is maybe not hitting it either.
Destro hat
Yeah, they
ziemlich
still
viel
have to finish off this mob before they can
Boss
move on,
Damage,
while Donuts
je nach Spec,
only has that
also je
2%
nach
left on the boss
Skillung.
here. And there we go, they finished off the boss at the exact same
Oder
time.
ziemlich
They
viele
had to
AOE.
use it, but as I said, she's having to finish off this
Während
boss.
Mage irgendwie so
But it's not that big of a deal. Right?
hauptsächlich
They still have to wait
Single-Target
for the
macht.
dragons to spawn anyways, so they're not going to lose too much time here. They were
Hier.
able to get through like
Wenn man hier einfach die Zahlen vergleicht. Ricky macht nur Single-Target auf den Boss und passiven AOE. Während Warlock, ob jetzt reinen AOE macht, der macht seinen Fire Spam. Dafür ist Warlock da in der Comp.
75% of the HP that was left on that.
Aber
and they're
angenommen,
just now taking the
Ricky wäre jetzt hier ein, keine Ahnung, Rogue oder Druide. Vor allem Rogue für Single-Target. Why not?
dragons. So you know, based off boss times, they were way behind, but
Weil hier ein Rogue gehen wird für puren Single-Target, für Boss-Damage.
look at this.
Oder Druide.
Just now, dropping down. Let's see.
Ich weiß nicht, was
Cheese
besser
falls
ist,
down,
actually, im Moment.
maybe like 5
Ich denke, mit Druide wäre es doch besser, weil der mehr AOE hat
So,
als
yeah,
Rogue.
not too bad at all. Teams are neck and neck, and look, this Donuts even just has to wait
Von
until
daher,
it's full prepped up. So
ja.
Cheese might not be that far behind. It's all going to come down to these double destroyer pulls, though. Let's see how they're able to pull it off here. Stove running it to the side there just to get a couple of those extra scorchlings in on the pull here. And now that the pull is together, we got to keep an eye on the damage from the group. These living bombs are going to be a huge source of damage on top of the Inferno cast coming out. And remember, this Inferno cast, this was not the one that was nerfed. It was the one on the boss that was nerfed. So this is max damage coming out on the groups here. And there's only the Nature's Vigil for group healing from the team here. There's no Shadow Priest for Vampiric Embrace.
Oh,
He's going to have to do a lot more to help his team out
the
here.
damages.
Yeah, it's looking pretty
Stunts.
stunned. There was a thundering stun on Donuts. Three
no,
members got
Donuts.
stunned. Timber and Smack
What?
go down. That's a
Ich hab
full
grad-
wipe for Donuts.
Wer hat nicht gedispelt? Wer hat nicht gedispelt?
Group healing for the team here. There's no Shadow
Ich hab
Priest
grad nur
for
gehört.
Embrace. So the Priest is gonna
Ich hab
have to
grad
do
rechts
a lot
geguckt.
more to help his team out here than he did before.
Timber?
Yeah, it's looking pretty stunned.
Oh.
There was a thundering stun on Donuts. Three
no,
members got
Donuts.
stunned. Timber and Smack go down. That's a full wipe for Donuts because they did not clear thundering. That is so.
Oh, that's so
I'm not sure if
bad.
Actually happened to Smack. There might have been something. At least I did not see the cooldowns from Omnicity underneath the raid frames did not show up. So I'm wondering if something maybe happened with Smacked, and that's why they didn't manage to clear the thundering because Smacked was the one with the positive.
That's
debuff.
so bad.
Either
Being
way, that's a huge
thundering.
time loss for Donuts. Very unfortunately.
Das tut
as
weh.
Cheese has no issues in their side. Still zero
Das
deaths,
tut
and
weh.
managed to finish off this exact same pull that Donuts did, just fine on their side.
Das
Alright,
tut
well,
weh.
If you weren't sure of it before, now it's clearly and painfully obvious that Cheese is very, very far ahead, and that was probably the hardest pull of the dungeon that they just pulled off too, outside of the first boss pull, right?
Oh mein Gott, Timber geht doch fast down. Die Grievous Stakes tun weh. Timber's dead and free.
Which is certain death for two people on that pull, and
Oh
once
my,
those people are
scary.
stunned, of course they can't get their interrupts and everything. Chain falls out of control. Cheese though, moving on, business as usual here. Everyone gets knocked up by the living bomb just for fun.
Das Leben von Timber ist gerade.
Final Blazebound Destroyer, which I believe the
Jetzt
bullet
geht's
is
wieder, aber das war
going
gerade
wrong as
10.
well. More going wrong for Donuts here the second time around on this double destroyer pull. Stove
Let's
going
see.
down. They have a battle res for him, but without the proper cooldowns, this pull was always going to be a struggle for them, right? There was no power infusion available for it. It goes down again. Cryptic as well.
Oh, Donuts hat keine gute Zeit.
For them here.
It would be so good for them if they can finish off this pull though, because you can see this destroyer is
Das
still
Problem ist für
low.
Donuts, du bist ewig im Combat mit den Dudes.
I mean, they're still, of course, they're behind, right? But if something happens to Cheese, they still have the opportunity to catch up if they don't have any additional mistakes here, which should be their goal for now. Of course, this one wipe cost them a lot of time, but there's so many things that can go wrong and that we've seen go wrong before in Ruby Life.
Cheese hat einen Boss Pull.
Because it's a dungeon where you can do those big pulls, where they skip both the dragons. So we've seen wipes to the second boss that Cheese is on right now, and we've seen wipes to the trash pull after this boss as well. So all eyes on Cheese now and see if they can actually execute this. And if I'm not mistaken, it even was Cheese in their group stage that ended up wiping to this boss or the trash pull after this boss as well. So it is possible, but yeah, it's looking pretty good for Cheese so far.
It would be very surprising to see a wipe to a 20 fortified boss at this point, right? They would definitely have to just bait Boulder into like a rock that's sticking up out of the path for that to happen. This boss will die very, very quickly. So yeah, the only thing that I could see Cheese actually wiping to is going for some massive pull on top of the mini boss in the next boss room, and somehow, you know, wiping out the AoE damage from that. Now, at this point, we're about 2 minutes later after the wipe here. If Cheese
Also der
is
Boss
on
ist relativ
the
easy
stream, which
für
they're
Cheese.
legally allowed to do,
Da sehe ich jetzt kein
already know
Problem.
that Donuts had that massive wipe here.
Schlick Adder Pull danach könnte noch scary werden.
Play where they just opt to not go for the big pull, just play it safe, take the dungeon map win. I
Oh,
would love to
das
see them do that,
ist
but
Paddel.
you never know. Maybe in the moment they don't have anybody watching it, they're just focusing on their game. But we're about to see.
Wir ignorieren jetzt das Ad
Cheese
und
here.
Full Boss Blast.
Blazehoof is going down. We'll move move on towards the final room of the dungeon.
Chill.
There we go. They are waiting for everyone's pot to be ready and everyone to be healed to full so they can use their invisibility potion to get past this initial trash here, and then we're going to see them gather up a huge pool. As they said, they're going to be gathering this on top of the mini boss, which is the one point in the dungeon where it is likely that they can still have an issue there and have a wipe there. Ricky using sheeps on the warriors to make sure that they don't patrol back. Satsi though, cooldown on potion, or they're summoning. Okay, so Satsi does not have a potion. That means that they actually have to put the summoning portal down from Drenako and get Satsi summoned there. So this is a little bit of a time loss for them, but not a problem, of course, since they're so far ahead.
Das ist kein Weltuntergang für Cheese.
Here we go. She's pulling into High Channeler Ravati here, and yes, this is all the trash in this room on top of the boss here, so there are going to be 2 thunderstorms going off at the same time, roughly here. And of course, they need to make sure they break through that Tempest Storm shield. Now, with the AoE damage they have, that shield might not even go off, and it looks like that was the case. They just bursted down all of those little stormlings before
Ich meine, hier ist
they had a chance to...
Warlock und DK fighten jetzt hier für den ersten Platz. Das ist
damage coming out from the group. 2 players over 600k, and yeah, the mage is only doing 300k, but the majority of that is going into the channeler here.
I mean, Ricky macht hier pur ein Single-Target. Für mehr ist der Mädchen nicht da. To be fair.
That's huge damage. And Fem also struggling a little bit, running out of defensives at this point. You can see
Der ganze AOE geht auf Warlock und DK.
that is running on Fem right now, and there's one more charge of pain sub as well on Satsi in case they need it. But it's looking good.
Ich gehe auch davon aus, dass der Warlock hier PL wird. Wobei. Wobei, ne, ich denke eher Fragrance.
And the comp that they're running, the Warlock, specifically is really good for this last boss.
Ich denke, Fragrance wird ja eher gepialt. Es macht mehr Sinn, PI auf den DK zu machen. To be fair. Weil die Dots halt besser ticken.
Single target in general, whenever you have that combust and that ignite spread. So they are baiting Kiraka here.
Den Unterschied will ich gern sehen.
Lands close to the boss, so you do get this cleave off every time.
They're going fast enough that they might not even get.
Aus dem Bauch raus würde ich DK sagen.
We still haven't hit that mark. We're about to. But this is a blazing fast run in this 20.
Ah, Warlock würde auch so machen. So ist es nicht.
Tough for any of our teams to match. And it's, I mean, it's insane to see the level of competition this weekend is on another level. You make one mistake and you could be on the chopping block right off the bat here. Cheese now into the second phase of the boss here. We see those multiple debuffs going out on the group here. They'll probably only have to deal with one more of those. Once Karaka goes down, of course, it stops doing the flame spits. This is the second set of those debuffs here that Zatsi now has to heal through. And remember, this group comp has none of that secondary healing, right? There's no Nature's Vigil, there's no Vampiric Embrace from a Shadow Priest, so it's all gonna come from their healer, but the dragon goes down, and the boss is not far behind. That's Cheese taking a 1-0 victory over Donuts here in a very, very quick...
Das war clean für Cheese.
And it may not have been
Ich mag auch den Warlock.
The good old US of A, but I was born in Wisconsin. So
Nicht nur, weil ich Warlock bin. Die Season der Main. Shadow Moon. Mit Fortified.
We soothe only that druid that has the single target soothe on a 10-second cooldown, so we'll see how that works out for them, as both of the teams are skipping past this trash pack, while the druids are stealthing towards the other side, making sure they can gather up everything on top of that first boss.
I need to take a look at Yips's talents here, because we really...
Raging ist ein bisschen ekelhaft, to be fair.
If he's running that, then Donuts will definitely be winning this game.
Raging ist ekelhaft.
For the MDI companion tool to catch up here. Of course, you guys can check that at home on the top left of your screen. On your Twitch stream, there will be a little arrow that you can click out and look at all the talents and gear that the players have active. But here we go into the first boss here. Cheese, a little bit earlier on the poll here. They've got their boss about 15% lower, but Donuts is not far behind here. Both teams popping the Bloodlust, and we're off to the races here. Remember, they do need to kill off that first Dark Communion ad here. It's going to spawn for the teams at roughly 50%, I believe. You can see it just now coming out for Cheese. They're going to have to divert their attention to that, make sure it goes down. Otherwise, the boss will heal for 10% and gain a huge damage buff. They're not swapping to it at all, though. Okay. Interesting.
Ist etwa einfach Standard?
And they
Okay.
finish it off. Okay, perfect. Took a little while, but they got it down.
Cheese hat einfach so viel
Got
Boss
their
Damage.
debut. Okay.
That pull was
Wie?
executed so well by both of the teams. Cheese doing a little bit more boss damage, it looks like. As Dranaco goes down, though, for Cheese on that cast going out of the boss. They do have to use a battle rest to get Dranaco back up. But yeah, a little bit of an issue here for Cheese. But yeah, look at the boss. 10% down on Cheese's side already. Donuts
Wie hat Cheese so viel Boss Damage?
And you can see another whispering cast coming out on Donut's side. And there we go. 3, 2, 1. Boss does go down for Cheese. They're going to be skipping the trash here to the next boss. And I do want to mention something real quick about their comp on Cheese's side. So because Dranaco is playing the mage here, Ricky is playing Feral, and Ricky actually has never played Feral before. Ricky usually did play the Shadow Priest on their side, which obviously is not in their comp anymore, and sometimes also played DK. So interesting to see Ricky on that Feral here for this comp, while
Hey,
Donuts
yeah.
did have smacked on Feral before already.
And Dranaco was the guy that played Feral for them before,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly, yeah.
So they had to swap a bunch of roles around. Okay, interesting. Well, good to see them adapting to the new-ish meta. Couple different classes coming in across the board. But, oh no, for Cheese, this is the worst possible scenario. Ricky going down right at the start of the pull. And they don't
Oh,
they had
that's...
to use it on the
Ich
first
bin
boss.
grad...
So what do you do if you're Cheese here? I mean, I think you would just have to keep going. It's going to cost them a ton of time, but it would cost them even more time to wipe here, because remember, there's no checkpoint unlocked here. If they wipe here, they start back at the start of the dungeon.
Check gerade
Really
stuff.
unfortunate, but of course the mass AoE classes are still in the group here. They have the Unholy DK and the Fire Mage still here available with the Power Infusion on top of that as well. So they should be able to get through most of this trash, but here's the problem for them, Nagura, right? Without the Feral Druid there, do they have enough damage to burn through these trash mobs before they become active again? Because we all know at this point, the way knowledge works, if you have trash alive whenever everyone goes down into that soul split phase, they stop casting for a little while. But as you can see now, the casts are back and active before the trash is dead, and Fim goes down because of it. Can they finish off the trash? Your best bet here is to try to finish off the trash and then drop combat with like Invis or and Meld, and then go again. But this is going to cost them so much time.
We see the Shadow Melt coming
meld?
out, and it actually worked.
Okay, you got the meld.
Oh, okay, Satsi did manage to Shadow Melt off, so that means they can Master us here. But yeah, still just an insane amount of time lost here for Cheese, very unfortunately. I mean, the Quaking also interrupting the Master Rest here again, so Satsi does have to rest again. Donuts, on the other hand, they don't have any deaths here, but they also have to finish off the trash, because, as Syro just mentioned, if the trash does not go down and they come out of this kind of stunned phase and they start casting, then things can go wrong so quickly. You can see Babbleton come out of Yip here as those ads actually start attacking, and we also have Raging, so all of these mobs are raging as soon as they come out of this phase, and that's why Fam went down, because they were channeling that spell onto Fam, and it was just too much damage for Fam to survive. They don't have that oppressive roar to get rid of the raging, so yeah, disaster, unfortunately. The only thing that saved their run, and they still have a chance to win in case Donuts does make a mistake from here, is the fact that Satsi did manage to Shadow Melt off the boss there at the end.
Yeah, again, I mean, there's still a lot of dungeon left. We've seen wipes from Echo, of all teams, near the end of this dungeon. It is a high fortified Raging Key, so things can go wrong without that AoE Soothe. Like you mentioned, there's no Evoker in the group. It's just the Feral Druid that they have available to remove those Raging buffs. So they've got to play the rest of the dungeon completely perfectly to clear this one out. So we'll see how they go. What is Donuts going to do here? We saw Echo wipe to this pull by pulling all 5 of the corpse spiders on top of the first worm. What pull is in the works here for Yips? How far are we going? Let's see. They're obviously going to pull the first 2 spiders on the left here. Those are mandatory. They're in the way. There's no way of skipping past them when you're in combat. Do they pull the 2 spiders on the right? It does not look like they tag them. So just 3 spiders going into the first worm here should be very, very doable for them.
Yeah, one thing to mention about these priest healers, right? They do not have an interrupt. They're the only healer that cannot pick up an interrupt from their class tree, even if they wanted to. So that means all of the interrupts have to be done by the tank and by the damage dealers. Now, a little bit of an advantage for Donuts in that regard is the fact that they have the Prot Paladin, which of course has a lot of interrupts available to them with Divine Toll and also just, having resets on their shield, while Cheese, on the other hand, does have the Prot Warrior. They have AoE stuns, but these spiders, they cannot be stunned. They can only be interrupted with a normal interrupt. Smacked actually dropping really low there.
Ich denke, man braucht hier nicht mehr viel zu sagen. Das ist relativ casual mittlerweile.
Quick heal coming out of maybe the Proud Paladin. As you can see, the healing meter is healing so much.
Here we go. Cheese going for a pull of their own here. Are they going to go for broke here to try to catch up here a little bit? Let's see if they tag.
Ich finde Shadow Moons allgemein ziemlich langweiliger Dungeon für NBA.
Yep, you can see them in the corner there. They're not being tagged, so just playing it safe here.
Vergleich.
Mistake comes out from Donuts. You can see they're very, very far behind now. Those boss splits over a minute behind on the bottom of the screen here. So Cheese has a lot of ground to make up. They really need some major mistakes to come out from Donuts here. Donuts, however, do still have that battle res in the back pocket that can go ahead and quick fix anything that goes wrong that's minor. But, a full team wipe, obviously, one battle res will not fix that. Here we go, Donuts into Bone Maw here. And if I'm not mistaken, I didn't see anybody go around there. They didn't pull any of the trash behind the boss here on top of the boss. So that could be something Cheese could do to potentially pick up a little extra time here.
Yeah, I wonder if Donuts knows that Cheese wiped, and that's why they decided they don't pull this. Now, of course, if you don't pull the trash back into Bone Maw before you kill Bone Maw, then the spiderlings, the small spiderlings, disappear. So if they would need that trash, then that would be gone. But considering that they're not pulling it, I would assume they're not needing those tiny spiderlings. Cheese, on the other hand, they are now in that second Carrion Worm on that bridge while dealing with the other two spiders that you talked about earlier that they were not pulling into the first worm. So they have to deal with that. And then they also will have to deal with that extra trash bag. You can see Ricky on that druid already disengaging over to that bridge. Satsi going into position to grip Ricky back. There we go. Now they're going to be coming in. But look at those spiders still having so much HP on Cheese's side. And now they will get 2 additional spiders plus those bats. So lots of things they can
Lass mal gleich Destro gehen. Wenn das, so, was heißt hier gleich? Wenn MDI rum ist. Bock auf noch ein paar Keys. Ich denke, maybe kann man da was machen.
One of the necrotic burst goes off here. That's gonna have to do a lot of healing. That's Ricky going down. They don't have a battle res for an entire minute now. Oh no, it's just going horribly for Cheese.
Oh, Cheese. Der Dungeon is cursed. Der Dungeon is cursed.
That they got from not interrupting that spider, but Ricky, of course, not being able to use that dwarf racial, they do not have another disease spell available in their comp, and they don't have a rest for 30 more seconds. They might be able to finish.
Der Dungeon is cursed für
but they're all raging,
die meisten Teams, ja.
Their only raging dispeller is dead. So that means they cannot get rid of any of those raging effects any longer on these mobs that are still alive. So they have to finish it off very quickly before Fem ends up being in trouble, because you can see there's no more defenses available, no shield wall, no last stand, and no pain sub from Satsi either for Fem.
Bernacco and Zatsi are just getting
wo habe ich das Bracket hier?
in the back here, taking so much damage. They do need to make sure they get these last couple of necrotic burst casts from the corpse spiders as they're about to go down.
Ich gucke gerade, ob ich das Talent finde für Feuermilch.
Do not need to focus too much on Cheese now, as Donuts are heading up to their final pull of the dungeon here. They've pulled those 2 corpse spiders and those 2 plague bats into the void spawn here. Remember, this is a 22 fortified raging Shadow Moon burial grounds here.
Ah, ne, Fire Blast.
Go into raging at the same time. They only have the 1 dispel, right? They only have the 1 way to get rid of that raging affix. So they need to be.
Lässt Ignite immer weiter ticken für Feuermilch. Statt Zweck Pyroblast. War ich falsch.
Still have Nature's Vigil rolling as well here, and the Void Eruption's coming out here. This is actually great timing here. They'll be able to kill one of the Void Spawns off. They can maybe line of sight the next Void Pulse, or just kill it before.
Ich fand Shadowlands Feuermilch cool mit Flame Patch. Das war meine Klasse.
Perfect execution from Donuts here. Cheese's boss reset on them? While we were talking about that poll?
No, they wiped.
Oh.
No, so Cheese had 3 members die. They did rest up Ricky once the battle rest came up, but unfortunately Setsi, Dradico, and Fragrance were dead, so they did not manage to finish off the boss. They had to go again, and just more issues for Cheese. I think it would have been too little too late anyway, even though they even if they would have finished off
Ist noch wer
there,
on?
because Donuts was so far ahead already. But yeah, good effort by Cheese trying to do this huge pull with the 4 spiders, 2 bats into Bone Maw. I mean, that was pretty insane that they managed to almost finish it off after all. But yeah, for Donuts, they're done with trash, 100% trash. They have Bloodlust available. They're waiting for all cooldowns to come back up, waiting for that PI from Timber, and then they're gonna be blasting that boss, and they're gonna be tying up the series very likely, unless something goes horribly wrong on their soul.
Yep. Donuts is set to finish off this dungeon here. I think they're just waiting for the PI for the Army of the Dead, right? And then they'll pop the Lust and be off to the races with that.
Jeweil.
Just have to make sure they're able to
Wie lange
deal
geht denn das
with
heute?
walls. They should be totally fine here. Don't want to jinx them. You know, don't want to say anything at the last second to cause them to wipe.
Jetzt beim vorletzten Match.
Unfortified, it shouldn't be too bad for them. But there is the Bloodlust. There is the Army of the Dead. Power Infusion will be coming very, very shortly as well. To catch the tail end of that Army of the Dead, there it is. And this boss is not long for this world.
Beim vorletzten Team am Anfang.
Being used by Donuts here, and you can see just how fast the boss is melting. Cheese.
Es geht noch ein paar Stunden.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, it's obviously too late for them anyway, as Donuts is finishing off their soul, dealing with that last soldier wave. And yeah, obviously, all of the omens spawn on Stove, on the mage, the only range DPS in this group, and no issue though whatsoever. We saw some of the mages even standing in the omen still because their rune was down.
Oh
Just
my
finished
god.
things, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Donuts finishing off the boss 12 minutes 50, which is actually 20 seconds slower than what we've seen from Thunder before. But still very close together, and we're gonna see a 3rd game between those 2 teams. Very exciting.
Yeah, it's enough to tie Donuts up in this series and send us to that map 3, like you said. And you know, even though it was a little bit slower, it was very clean, and that's always nice to see as well. Where we've seen so many teams already today just take losses of members on some of those groups where like an interrupt doesn't go off, somebody dies, right? But Donuts managed.
Ich behaupte, Shadow Moon's
It's
cursed.
like I was saying, I think we're numbers here.
Ja, relativ.
Nugureti.
Ich denke, da gibt's nur viel zu sagen, ganz ehrlich.
Not really.
You could do it and bolstering.
Ich geh mal schnell einen Pulli holen. Ich krieg's dann kalt.
I also think the Drakthir Evoker
Ist kalt bei
is
mir.
something you still might want to do in this dungeon, especially for that first boss area, gripping
Und ich brauche einen Kaffee.
on top of one of those flags and then pulling like all the packs at once. I don't know. I'm actually. This is another dungeon. You know, there's a lot of stuff that can be used. Oh. Okay.
All right, back to the Drakthir Evoker and the Shadow Priest. So both teams going at that. Let's see who's able to pilot it to a victory.
And
Very
something I want
interesting.
to
All right,
point
so
out
we
as
do-
well.
ahead.
There's an interesting outcome to this series that I wanted to cover because we haven't talked about this yet, I don't think. If Cheese does end up winning this series, that means tomorrow in our first match of the day, we get an Echo versus Fragnance grudge match. Of course, Fragnance was somebody who was part of all 5 of those Echo victories, right? And this is his first MDI not playing with the team. So as much as I want North America to win, I think the story of the Echo grudge match would definitely be fun to see. We're going to talk about that later on to see who wins this series. Into the first poll for both teams, going down much, much faster. For Cheese here, the AoE damage from their group comp seems to be just a little bit higher with the Destro lock instead of the Pharaoh Druid.
Yeah, definitely it does look like it will. The most important thing is though how the bolstering management works out. We can see Cheese bolstered one of the mobs really highly, but they don't care. They're just moving on. We also saw Donuts do that strategy that you mentioned earlier, where we saw Timber use Rescue onto Stove, onto the Shadow Priest, getting him up onto this
gateway tech.
to the pillar. But Smacked actually went down. It looks like Smacked immediately released as well, not using any sort of battle rest. So yeah, a little bit of an issue here with that bolstering coming out. Some of these mobs do so much damage onto the group, so if they're fully bolstered, the shoot cast from the longbows can do a lot of damage if they have lots of bolstering stacks. What happened with the gateway I didn't see, but Donut's already engaged the boss at this point.
The tech on Cheese's side is that they, instead of using Rescue to get on the top of the second pull, they gatewayed up to the second pull instead.
Oh.
Yeah, Donuts, the way they're pulling this, dealing with all of those Lance Masters really, really quickly early on so they can get to the boss. Incredibly fast from them. Now, they're going to have a little bit less trash count here, but for Donuts, already Stove goes down here at the very start. What could have happened? That's their battle res gone in the first 2 minutes of the dungeon here. They have no safety net now for the next 8 minutes.
And that's definitely not ideal. I'm not sure if it maybe had something to do with the bolstering, because obviously, as Nokat is a dungeon where it's so difficult to kill mobs evenly, because they have different kinds of HP, first of all, but then additionally, they're also just so hard to stack up, because these longbows just do not move. And then there are certain other mobs that cannot be knocked, they cannot be gripped, and they have these long casts. Some of them cannot even be interrupted. So yeah, very difficult to group up all of this trash here. Cheese also holding on to Bloodlust for the boss. So this might actually catch them a little bit up here compared to Donuts, because Donuts did use Bloodlust at the very start. Did engage Granith much earlier though. Cheese, because they held Bloodlust, look at the boss's HP. They actually caught up quite a bit considering how much later they put the boss.
Not only did they catch up a lot, but I believe they're actually going to have a little bit more trash count here too, which means there's less they have to pull later on. They still do have the Plane Stomper alive, whereas Donuts has the Plane Stomper and a couple of other small mobs alive too. So yeah, Cheese should have more trash count here as well. And yeah, they've almost fully caught up here. Look, the boss is going to go down for Donuts, and Cheese is going to have their boss sub 5%. So any advantage gained by Donuts in this area is just completely gone. And also, look at this too. All the trash for Cheese is dead. Donuts has to finish off this Plane Stomper still. Man,
Yeah,
Cheese is making this Destrolock pick look insane.
Yeah, Donuts pulled this trash pack in pretty late. The boss was already super low when they pulled this trash pack in, so it took them quite a while to finish this off, and they killed the boss first, as you said, costing them quite a lot of time. Even though they killed the boss 4 seconds earlier, they are going to be in the next pull quite a bit later. So yeah, all eyes on Cheese, as they did a really good job dealing with that first trash area. They immediately jumped to that waterfall pool, you can see. They might be pulling even more trash on top of this. This is something we've seen a lot in MDI. You can see some of those Stormbreakers from the right side are being gathered on top of this as well. Maybe the 2 Stormbreakers at the top of the bridge too, if the bottom of the bridge too, if they want. Doesn't look like it because it is bolstering, so they definitely don't want to pull in late. So yeah, it looks like this is the pull for Cheese.
Yep, here we go. Both teams going for it. Donuts also going for
Okay.
the pull as well.
I'm back.
See how they're able to deal with it. You can see it looks like there's a little bit more peak burst potential when they have the power in
I'm
the
back.
Army of the Dead. But yeah, they didn't even use the PI on that pull from Donuts. They just made this pull go a lot faster. I'm not really sure what the difference was there, because the damage meters don't look too different here. Donuts making up a little bit of ground here on the first pull of the Raging Tempest area. They've still got to deal with these final couple of Storm Shields, but they made it pretty quickly through that pack. So, Cheese isn't going to run away with this, that's for sure. Donuts going to be hot on their
Oh,
heels
Cheese hat
the
den
entire way.
Warlock wieder.
You know,
I
of
like
course,
that.
The dungeon really opens up after Raging Tempest. You can do some massive pulls.
Und
Of course,
Shadow.
the affixes are a little bit
I like
difficult.
that.
That bolstering can be very
Das ist für mich
some of
die
those
Comp.
pulls, especially when you consider how many mini bosses you have to kill in this dungeon. You really don't want to bolster those up a lot. And there's not a whole lot of focus single target damage.
Bei dem Warlock lässt sich eventuell noch
A
streiten,
lot into doing that. They want to make sure they don't bolster up.
aber ja.
Let's see how it goes.
It's
for them
fine.
now. Of course, we're not near that section of the dungeon. They have to go around and deal with all these totems before they can deal with the Raging Tempest.
Was mich wundert,
Looks like they might actually be pulling ahead on this trash pack here.
das wäre sogar ein guter.
Yeah, Donuts looking really good. I mean,
Mich wundert, dass hier keiner Blutelfe geht. Für Arcane Torrent, für die
I do
Stimme
think
zu
that,
dispeln.
Feral on these smaller pulls, just really solid damage, especially, of course, also having single target damage onto those higher HP mobs.
Ob
from
das Worth
bolstering,
ist.
which is also really nice. Well, I do think Warlock, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily have any sort of like extra funnel damage or whatever. You kind of want to have up, and you either or you run a fire, right? And then you don't necessarily have too much single target damage in comparison. So a little bit of the funneling damage, for, especially for these packs here, might go in favor of Donuts just because of the difference in comp here. And these pools are just very small. There's very few mobs here, and one mob has a lot more HP. So yeah, I do think maybe a little bit in favor of Donuts, specifically just in this area. But as soon as we're done with the Raging Tempest, we're gonna get to another area where Dasher Warlock is gonna be insane again. We're gonna do those huge pulls back to back.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. I want to see if Janeka's running a different build in this dungeon than he did in previous dungeons. Yeah, actually, he is. In Ruby Life Pools, he ran a much more AoE-centered build, running Reign of Chaos and Crashing Chaos. Really focused into infernal damage, but in this dungeon he's actually running a little bit more focused single target damage with the Chaos Incarnate, making his mastery always work at like, full value rather than being random. So yeah, more focused damage from the Chaos Bolts here from Dranaka, and you can see
macht Donuts hier.
could technically be
Mit dem einen Ad.
here on these mobs.
Oder
Focusing more
der
on
einen
just
Gruppe.
getting as many Chaos Bolts into this totem as possible. Pull this totem off, they'll be able to pull the Raging Tempest, which is what we see from Donuts on the left side as well. Also pulling some Storm Shields in too. Could be a little dangerous.
Finde ich okay.
Army PI coming up in a few seconds here. Very cool pull from
This is
Donuts.
super interesting. All right, so first of all, Cheese pulled the patrol on top of this last totem, which is very difficult for the tank because you have like 4 of these
Das
storm
ist
shields.
die safer Strat für
And
Donuts.
now they're pulling it into the boss with that gateway that has been set up by Dranako. But Donuts, what they did was also very interesting. They went to that last totem, completely focused down the totem, and then they pulled that last mini boss plus the storm shields onto the Raging Tempest as soon as it was available, and they completely skipped the patrol. So they have to be a little bit careful during this boss fight because the patrol still goes around Raging Tempest in a circle. So none of them can actually step too far out whenever that patrol is there. And now they're pulling some more storm shields into the boss on Donuts' side. These are the 2 storm shields that I talked about earlier in the waterfall pool, where I was saying that some of the teams pull those into the pack as well. Donuts did not do that, and now they're pulling it onto the boss. Which
Das ist fine, I guess. Das ist ein Passiv-Grief, einfach für Donuts.
Well, Cheese, because they dealt with that one extra pull, not focusing down the totem and pulling the Raging Tempest immediately, it looks like Donuts caught up quite a lot of time here.
Das ist actually fair, ja? Donuts macht mehrere kleinere Pulls, aber dafür effiziente Könne.
Dranako and Ricky got their resets. Fragnance did not on the DK there. So it looks like Cheese actually got better refreshes, but pulling the boss early for Donuts is just working out great.
Ich frage mich, ob das auch ein Cooldown-Ding ist.
Insanely quickly, even though they were a little behind in the first boss here.
Ich meine die 2 Ads für Donuts, das ist keiner whatever. 2 Ads machen jetzt nicht. Sind jetzt nicht scary. Vor allem nicht auf dem Boss. Es wird sogar, bevor die jetzt das hier massiv pullen. Es wird sogar mehr Sinn machen für Chi, wegen Warlock. Wegen Havoc. Ja. Trainer könnte hier effektiv deutlich mehr Damage machen, wenn die es so pullen würden wie Donuts mit den Ads auf dem Boss. Allein durch Havoc. Und das ist eh keiner, whatever. So.
And I mean, that 8%, that's actually a pretty big difference. So we'll see.
Das macht halt keinen Unterschied für Warlock. Für beide Teams. Du hast hier DK macht AOE passiv. Du hast deine Katze macht AOE passiv. Priest kann er auch. Ich meine, er macht ein paar Dots drauf und das ist. Der Rest ist egal, ne? Das ist eine reine Dot-Comp. Prinzipiell. Das ist das, was man. Was willst du sagen?
With a mini boss and also 2 patrols, it looked like as well. So many mobs in there, and they have to be very careful to not bolster anything up there very highly, because some of these mobs do insane tank damage, first of all, and some of them also just cast these death bolts, these AoE bolts that have to be interrupted, and you also have the swift wind going off, buffing these mobs even more. You do have, of course, the master spell to get.
Interessant wird jetzt, wie der Warlock für Cheese rampen tut.
Some of them, but it's capped at 5 targets, so they cannot.
Das könnte actually big werden.
The buff on all of those mobs. Cheese now also managed to get to this area as well, and they also look like they're doing a huge pull. And this is, I believe, where Dranako on that Dastro Warlock is going to shine again.
Yeah, absolutely. He should definitely start careening up the meters here. He's got the Infernal for this pack here, and the Rain of Fires are going to start to stack up. Now,
Rain of Fire ist jetzt ab.
The mini boss HP. Do Do they end up bolstering
Das ist der
that?
Punkt, wo
Looks like they've got a ton of
Trainer
damage.
nichts anderes casten als
Should
Rain of
be
Fire.
totally fine.
Eigentlich.
Maybe playing a
Oder auch
little bit
nicht.
safe here, maybe not going for the biggest pull, 'cause they just are so worried
Oder auch
about that
nicht.
bolstering. But look at the trash count. Donuts has already pulled ahead with that time increase, with how early they got to the section of the dungeon. Cheese is going to pull back ahead here once the next mob goes down, but Donuts doing their best to keep this close.
Geister?
Yeah, this is incredibly close between those two teams, and it looks like Satsi actually goes down for
Satsi?
Cheese. They do have a battle rest that they're using immediately from Fragments here, making sure Satsi gets back up, and they should be able to recover as it was the end of their pull. Yeah, one battle rest down for Cheese as they're immediately mounting up, getting into that next pack. Donuts still working on their previous pack. It's actually taking quite some time for
Ich hätte
Donuts at
erwartet,
this
dass Cheese
point.
das größer
It looks
pullt
like they
mit dem
don't
Warlock.
have too many offensive cooldowns available, and Smacked is holding on to that Incarnation as well, and Stove is holding on
To be
that
fair,
AI. So,
Bursting ist
this
auch ein
pack
bisschen,
actually taking them quite a while.
ja. Ah ne, ist gar nicht Bursting. Sorry.
Definitely
I'm dumb.
is. Now,
Ich war am falschen Dungeon.
let's see. I mean, this is just going to be
Mit
the teams
Bolstring.
shotting ahead of each other, back and forth as they pull their packs, because Donuts did get here so much earlier, almost 45 seconds earlier. Of course, they're ahead in trash count now, but
Ich dachte, es wäre Bursting die ganze Zeit.
trash pack goes down for them. This was their power infusion pull.
Ah, Bolstring ist auch ein bisschen
Running
ekelhaft.
on Grand Warlock's design
Für groß zu
build, where
pullen.
Infernal has a lower cooldown, is that you just don't have Infernal up for every pack, right? Like, look, Dranako's Infernal isn't up for another minute. And they kind of have to pull a big pack with that, or they have to have their dungeon routed out to where he has that for a big pack here. He's definitely going to suffer a little bit not having that available for some packs. He's only going to have those blastomies to help him out with his damage. But it looks like there's going to be a nice lineup on his next Infernal with the power infusion, but this is a big pull here for Cheese. This is where we're going to try to...
Hä? I don't get this. Wieso pullen die jetzt so viel, während der Warlock keine CDs
They're
hat?
going to try to make up a ton of time here. This is a triple pack.
Wenn der Warlock hier Infernal hätte, das wäre so viel mehr Damage. Und den anderen Pull hätten sie dann.
Coming
Hätten sie die zwei geswitcht?
Be massive. They need to pull this off.
Warum? Why?
Yeah, they even use Bloodlust.
Time
in this one.
dilation?
Donuts holding on to their Bloodlust, possibly maybe for a pull with trash onto the boss, but Cheese.
I mean,
passing this
Trainer
one
kriegt
here.
Infernal für
This
den
is
Boss.
insane pull
So ist es
rate, just
nicht,
so much
aber.
damage coming out of the group. You can see Infernal just not available just yet though. Still waiting for that Infernal. This is just so unfortunate for
Trotzdem
Dranaco.
fine.
He would have done so much damage on this pull if he had that Infernal available, but it doesn't matter because Fragments on that unholy.
Ich gehe davon aus. Ich gehe stark davon aus, dass Fragments und Trainer sich die Cooldowns immer drehen. Von der Uptime. Dass man immer einen großen CD hat für einen Big Pack. Ja, das ist.
Making sure he does not get attacked by them. In the meantime, Satsi did walk all the way or fly.
Das ist harter Tank Damage für Chat.
The RP to make sure the boss is on, so they can pull the next pack into that boss.
Look at the trash count that they've made up with that massive pull. They were behind by about 10% going into that pack. Now they're ahead by 11%, and they've got the boss spawned. They've got the trash coming in on top of the boss here. There's no sanguine shenanigans.
I mean,
das
macht Sinn für Cheese. Dass Trainer hier Infernal zieht, to be fair. Das ist jetzt kein Weltuntergang. Ich verstehe nicht, warum er Havoc zieht. Actually. Das ist reiner Boss-Damage. Trainer macht ja reinen Boss-Damage. Keine AOE. Also. Nicht direkt. Das ist auch fein. Warlock macht in beiden Builds ziemlich viel Boss-Damage. Mit Chaos Bolt. Es tut jetzt nicht wirklich weh.
Dranaco is just completely focusing the two bosses, and of course, you know, Infernal's doing some AoE damage to them, but not casting any Rain of Fires, so they're just keeping them up for longer for maybe some more funnel, but also just for efficiency, right? Of course, Rain of Fire is less damage on the two bosses than just Havoc Chaos Bolt.
Okay, well, you can see the advantage is clear right now. She's 50% ahead on the boss here. They've got all the trash they need in this section of the dungeon. That last 6% will come from the trash right around the final boss here. Donuts has the Bloodlust active. They saved it for this pull. This is where they need to make their comeback here. But it just doesn't look like they're making up enough time here. This trash is not going down. This boss is not going down fast enough.
That's...
Jeez. It looks like they might just run away with it at this point here. That Destrolock is doing so much work focusing on just boss damage here, while the Shadow Priest and Holy DK just cleave everything down. I mean, might this Warlock pick for Cheese be something that just gives them the advantage over other teams? Because it looks like it's a great pick in a few dungeons.
I definitely like it. I do think that a big reason why Cheese is ahead here is also their strategy. Like the fact that they did this big pull, and I don't think the Warlock really enabled that big pull, honestly, because he didn't even have Infernal, right? So I think he could have probably also done this same pull with another class. But then also what they did in Raging Tempest seemed really quick, so I think their strategy is just really efficient. But I do also like the Warlock, so I definitely...
Wohin das auf dem Boss? Wohin schießt das auf dem Boss?
There we go. Cheese now has to do the last boss, and they are dealing with those 2 mini bosses on top of the boss. That's the
Hätte mich gewundert, wenn nicht.
couple of enemy forces that they need to get to 100%. And this is another difficult moment in the dungeon, right? You have this boss casting spears, casting frontal charges, and then you have these 2 mini bosses that throw spears at you. They also have a charge, and they cast a spell that has to be interrupted. So yeah, this can also be pretty dangerous if you have a bad
To be fair, das ist auch chill.
especially since we have storming as well. So
To be fair, das hier ist relativ chill im Vergleich. Ich meine, ja, du hast den Dude, der hier die ganze Zeit rumchargen tut wie kein anderer. Ja, der Boss macht keiner dasselbe. Und ja, du hast den Interrupt von dem einen Ad. Aber das sind 3 Mobs jetzt. To be fair, das ist machbar. Das ist jetzt ohne größere Probleme machbar. Du guckst, dass du nicht gerade im Frontal drin stehst und das war's im Basic. Das da ist keiner scary mit den Ads vom Damage.
Those mini bosses from the start of the boss active on top of them, charging through the pack, dropping spears on the pack. There's a lot of them to dodge, but they get through it nice and clean. All the Stormcasters are dead, and they're into the final phase here. Donuts actually not far behind, considering how far behind they seemed to be on the third boss here, just entering their intermission phase now.
That's fine.
Taking a run at it, but all eyes are on Cheese right now. They have the clear advantage. They have 1 less death. They still have a battle res in case something goes wrong here.
Cheese hat eine 5 Sekunden Advantage. Unsinn. Schneller. Ja. Wir haben kleine Zeit-Advantage. Das ist vor allem.
And then they also had a bolster stack go off on this mini boss, so a little bit of a dangerous moment here for Fem, but that's why he was using that shield wall, making sure he stays alive, and of course spell reflecting the boss's cast.
Ich find's nice, wie es einfach so eine Angewohnheit ist von Warlocks, Burning Rush permanent abzuhaben. Immer wenn wir auf dem Warlock sehen, yep, Burning Rush. Das ist so annoying als Heiler.
At the end, the Cheese stands alone. They will move on to face Echo in the quarterfinals, and that was really interesting, wasn't it, Travis?
War fertig,
we did see a little bit of what we were talking about. The adaptation was coming in terms of like how mobs were grouped up and brought down the boss a little bit more than we saw in the past. But there was a lot more going on, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot.
As everything as it was in Group A.
The weekend, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of us picked mandatory as one of our either winner or runner-up, right? This is one of the
mandatory was legendary. Okay, ich habe keinen Plan von den beiden Teams.
I think mandatory is the second most often.
Actually.
Yeah, look at that.
They won't fail me again.
I don't know.
A little bit.
Ich habe absolut keinen Plan von dem zwei.
We think that's definitely a very legendary.
Wir haben nur cute mit denselben Affixes. So. Gibt's eigentlich nicht viel zu sagen zu, ne? Holz finde ich ganz cool. I like that. Das da wurde safe wegen Grievous gewonnen. Alles andere könnte ich mir nicht vorstellen. Live-Puts ist so schon ekelhaft. Und dann auch auf Grievous. I don't know. Interessant finde ich ja Holz mit Bursting.
Your favorite one.
Yeah, the explosive in there definitely throws a little
Das könnte scary werden, genauso wie Vault. Vault wird richtig scary mit Bursting und Grievous.
I also think that, well,
Das tut weh. Das tut weh.
while the pan has the
Ich hoffe, dass es nicht für Vault kommt. Für die Teams.
Skylark.
Da kann viel schief gehen.
Bolstering a little bit slower because if you end up messing up your bolstering here, are they going to pull all 3 of the mound packs, or are they going to be looking to just like kind of separate this up and
Wollen die alle 3, ist jetzt die Frage.
If you end up messing up your bolstering here, you're just going to lose so much time. What is Legendary doing off on the right side?
Looks like they are setting up a huge pull. Yeah, this does look like triple mound.
Well, they got
Or is
bonus
this double
count off.
mound? No. Okay, it's a single mound and it's a bunch of... Oh, no, it's double mound. Okay, double mound plus a side pack or something? One of the packs
Yeah,
from
it's
up
like
the hill?
It was one of the side packs that you don't normally pull. It wasn't one of the patrols
Okay.
that you normally grab out of the middle.
Yeah, you can see that patrolling 5-pack still exists there for Legendary, as does the big patrolling 7-pack. Mandatory also on a... It looks like 3...
Legendary hat einfach 600k DPS auf dem fucking DK. Nur mal so als.
And get straight into that, whereas Legendary getting a little bit more count out of the start of this dungeon.
Oh,
They're gonna have to spend
yeah.
an extra pull here fighting this Lance Master, so they're doing it in 2 pulls rather than 1. But they actually have again pulled some more trash from up the hill here.
Ich finde das hier cool. Auf diesem Speer.
Wexy with rescue up onto the top of this pole. That's gonna confuse.
Das in so vielen Dungeons geht.
From putting out that bleed.
How did Mandatory stop that patrol? It looked like the 7-pat was just like stopped off to the side.
Maystein's meld here is on an extra minute of cooldown. Maybe what's happening is Maystein is pulling and then melding, and then maybe they stop patrolling after that's happened.
Okay.
Something like that is that's my hypothesis. I don't know what else could stop those, because normally if you want to stop a patrol, you'd use something like Entangling Roots, but the patrol leader of these patrols is always one of those big CC immune mobs, the Plane Stompers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Maybe there's some other tech to do it, but that's my current guess is the meld.
I mean, Mandatory is looking really swift here, so they are a little bit behind in count, but just by proxy of being able to get grants pulled early, they're going to have a significant boss HP lead, and on top of that, they have kind of the remaining count that they're going to need out of this area just under the boss. I think that Legendary is going to have slightly more count coming out of this area than Mandatory just by virtue of pulling those side packs up the hill. But I think Mandatory is at least going to be close once they get these longbows and this Planestomper killed off. Maybe Mandatory is going to be ahead?
Yeah, I feel like Mandatory did like 1 triple pull, whereas Legendary did like 2 double pulls, right? So
yes,
I think that has to go a little bit better for Mandatory if they can keep that pace up for the rest of the dungeon, right?
Okay.
If there's no spot later in the dungeon where they have to basically slow back down again, and Legendary can basically like just do a triple where Mandatory does a double and catch all the or actually just do like do 1 less pull at some point in the rest of the dungeon. Yeah, okay.
So Legendary is going to be 4% plus 2 War Spears and a longbow count ahead. So whatever that.
So Legendary are actually they're going to come out of this boss at 29% or something, right? That's 8% advantage over Mandatory, but they're going to have paid probably 45 seconds for it.
Yeah,
if I had to guess on 21 bolstering, I think I'd rather have the 45 seconds, but it's definitely really close. I'm not sure. I'm not confident here in which of these 2 teams actually got the upper hand on this early trade.
The issue is like a lot of the bonus count that you're going to have to pull to make up for this is typically going to be coming from that Tyrann Maruk 3rd boss area. And so like that Tyrann Maruk trash, we see that is something that these MDI teams always love to just merge together. And you called it out, around that 29% mark as Legendary downs the boss again, I think you're right. Somewhere in the order of 45 seconds. Mandatory on the left side of your screen here already have their pull in this Raging Tempest area engaged.
Ich bin gerade am
They pulled some of that
Überlegen,
side trash, with those Neophytes.
wer hier wirklich
They have to just watch out for bolstering.
schneller ist. Das ist relativ schwierig zu sagen.
But assuming that you have
Mandatory muss einen Pull mehr machen
Mandatory's looking like they're in a great spot.
im Moment.
Yeah, Skylark forced to
Als
kite a little bit
Legendary?
here. There are these,
Dafür sind die
shields
schneller am
and
Boss.
arc blades in these pulls. And if those mobs have some bolstering stacks on them,
Und die Frage
they're going to
ist,
eliminate your prop.
ist das worth?
So,
Also,
that is something
macht das einen
to
Unterschied
great
im
deal of
letzten-
respect for there. As soon as those mobs started getting bolstering stacks, Skylark was
im
already
letzten
out,
Abschnitt?
ready to
Oder
start
vorletzten,
this next
was du
pull,
willst?
which is going to be the Thunder Beast into this totem at the start here.
Weil ich meine, du pulst eh gefühlt die
The other
ganze
teams we've seen in this dungeon have come to this particular totem last.
ganze
They pull
Ding.
off the totem,
Von daher,
taking stuff into boss,
who
because
cares?
totems, once all four
Yeah.
are slain, that's when the boss spawns, right? But Mandatory have a different idea here. They are going to be going around and doing those other two, you know, the back one and the right one at the end here. And that means they're just going to be doing this pull normally. So I wonder if they're going to have a different thing that they're planning to pull into the boss. The reason most teams do this totem last, though, is because there's only one caster here. So it's very easy to just take that into boss. All of the other totems have multiple casters at them.
On the right side of your screen, though, we see Legendary also having pulling this totem relatively early, and so I wonder.
No patrol
yeah,
here, though, for them.
It's just a question of like, what are you going to be grabbing into the boss? Is Mandatory maybe going to be looking to pull some bonus count? I mean, there's some like Neophytes up a hill that you can grab into the boss. It's generally seen as dangerous to be grabbing anything that involves like multiple casters, particularly like the Stormcaller plus the Primalist. But I mean, if there's any team that's going to do it, it's looking to be Mandatory.
Yeah, they're taking this double Neophyte, double Storm Shield into this back totem here. This is extreme danger for Mandatory. Mode hits him with the oppressive roar.
So this means that the double or the double Arcblade pull that's off to the side, plus the Stormcaller plus the Primalist Storm Speaker, is likely going to be that pack that's pulled into the boss for Mandatory then.
I don't know.
Yeah, now that seems a little dangerous to me.
Yeah.
Seems like it'll be a lot of work. I guess you have a Death Grip to bring in one of the casters. So let's see what they're doing with their damage here. Are they focusing down this totem or not?
Yeah.
The totems are interesting because when you do this dungeon for the first time, you're like, oh, it's a totem. I should focus that down. And then as you do it later, as you get more experience, you're like, oh, actually, you know what? It doesn't actually do all that much. The casters are annoying. I'm just going to focus the casters instead. And then when you get really, really high level, you start focusing down the totem instead so that you can then take the casters onto the boss, right? And that's kind of an interesting, reversion to the original strat.
So
Ja, ich finde, das stimmt, was Dreadnought gerade gemeint hat.
Okay, so I think they just have this,
Casual. Ja, das Totem.
So I think they actually ended up killing off the other caster before originating the boss.
Ja, das ist funny.
You and I were like, oh, I don't know how they're gonna do some double caster.
But yeah, so now they're going to be able to cleave these two mobs down.
Ich würde sogar sagen, Mandatory ist ahead.
More value onto the boss, but for Mandatory here, this is still really quick. And remember that even though it looks
Mandatory.
like it cost them some time, they did.
Ich hätte zuerst gesagt, dass Legendary einen Pull weniger braucht, weil die halt an der ersten Boss so viel gepullt haben. Was hat sie mehr Zeit gebraucht als Mandatory? Mit ihren kleineren Pulls. Interessant.
Towards Mandatory with what they were doing here. Now, one of the big things that they didn't do is they elected to skip.
Sind jetzt relativ gleich auf. Ich meine, Legendary hat hier mehr Count gleich. Ich gehe davon aus, der Thundercaller bleibt hier.
I mean, there's still what, 2.5%, maybe a little bit less than 2.5% count there, but I would take the percentage on the boss over 2.5%.
Yeah, I mean, you could think about it. They
I mean, die 2% hier machen absolut nichts eigentlich.
Five of that to skip this patrol. I don't think that's going to end up being worth it because they weren't able to actually gain time off of that. So I think that Mandatory have definitely pulled ahead in this Raging Tempest area.
I think Legendary are actually doing.
Ich denke, es macht keinen Unterschied.
if you're looking at like just raw seeding of kind of what we were expecting.
Mandatory ist deutlich
Legendary
schnell.
on the right side of your screen was a team that battled through the last stand tournament. Nuka was
Mandatory ist jetzt schon im Boss.
they
Also,
were actually pretty good in
ist jetzt auf dem Weg zum dritten Boss.
They weren't just like
Während Legendary zwar 2% mehr hat, aber was sind 2%? Sind wir ehrlich. Oder 3% in dem Fall, sorry. Von daher, es macht keinen Unterschied. Also, es lohnt sich nicht, was Legendary gemacht hat im Vergleich.
Before you're able to engage the Tira and Maruk boss encounter, and so they're doubling these up. This is something that's very uncommon to see on live, but something that's actually pretty popular for MDI teams. But it's not always
not bad.
That are going to get merged together, and the sequencing in this area is different for every team individually.
Yeah, this area is one of the big reasons why you're seeing preservation evokers in this dungeon, even though teams are often running that Disc Priest in other dungeons. I think we're going to see the Resto Shaman in some of the other dungeons as well. But this area is so nice because evokers can talent into this thing called Overawe, which lets their oppressing roar dispel an enrage from each enemy that's affected and go on like no cooldown if it hits a bunch of enemies that are enraged. And so you'll see them doing this in this area because there's this green circle, this Chant of the Dead, right? This Chant of the Dead comes out. It's this really annoying damage done and damage taken, like damage done increase, damage taken reduction, but it's an enrage. So you can actually just have your evoker fire off the oppressing roar every time that goes out, and you don't have to then be inefficient and move the mobs out of that circle and get the casters separated from the other mobs and lose your AoE, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so mandatory were able, and it's something we talked about at the very beginning of the dungeon. We were talking about bolstering. We haven't really seen any bolstering mishaps from either legendary or mandatory. But mandatory on the left-hand side of your screen, finishing up that double pull, no bolstering mistakes. Legendary on the right, their sequencing for this area is a little bit different. They actually started with the mound that's closest to the Tira and Maruk boss encounter, and now they are pathing around. I think that a lot of this is going to be coming down to when offensive CDs are available for players, and just kind of like what they had the most success with wise in like practice. And if you look at Legendary, they're having a Thundering spawn with this pack, with all of their offensive CDs, and I think that Thundering is something that a lot of times on live, you just are happy whenever you have Thundering that lines up well. But for MDI teams, they always like sequence their Thundering even 15 to 20 minutes into the run. And this makes sense for Legendary to be able to line up all of their offensive CDs with this double mound pull and making sure that they're able to get all of this trash burned as fast as possible. Ooh, Tobo going down though on the right side of your screen for Legendary. They do have a B-res to be able to commit here, but that's still not great to see him die.
Yeah, and this season in particular, random one-off deaths can actually be much more costly than they were as we see that oppressing roar come out from both teams to soothe off those enrage effects. They can actually be a lot more costly because of that Thundering thing that you just mentioned, right? If you get 10 seconds off of pace, normally that just costs you 10 seconds plus a B-res plus the 5.
Ich denke, hier gibt's auch nicht viel zu sagen,
But
ganz ehrlich.
now, if that desyncs your Thundering, that can actually be even more costly for the rest of the dungeon. So, absolutely something that until something goes wrong, you actually can sometimes set up these really, really well-timed Thunderings, and we'll see if Legendary are still able to get their Thunderings lining up where they want them to.
What is Mode doing?
Here for mandatory. I think Mode may have been starting RP,
but he was like walking around though after starting RP.
Huh?
Kind of weird.
Yeah,
I don't know what
it is
he
a
was.
Mystery to me as well. Oh,
Huh?
He's doing some flying around.
Was macht?
Okay, he's landing on this
What?
mound. Maybe
Putting this auf den Boss?
throwing the birds or
Put Männer das auf den Boss?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It flew into the birds to get aggro with them. Okay.
Okay.
So here's the deal with the birds. If you actually, so a lot of the trash pulls, if you aggro them while you're on the ground, you can immediately
Let's see
fly
that.
up and de-aggro the pack. The birds are different, whereas if you fly over them for whatever reason, they will then fly to you. And I've only ever had this experience whenever it's unintended, which is very poor, but it seems like mandatory are using it for good here and grabbing those birds into the boss. Now, they do have the beast collar that's going off. You see some bonus Bakars also running in pretty late. These mobs are summoned, and the initial Bakars give.
I think those
any
ones,
Bakars
exactly.
don't. I can't tell if
anyone
those were summoned ones or
spawned mid-fight don't. There has been a wave there that just spawned. But there are also some in this.
That's fine.
Initial Bakar. Now they're not worth much count anyways, so it's. But sometimes they actually help you skip a pack.
Yeah, they're one apiece. If they're the non-summon ones, like the normal ones. But one of the things that it actually does initiate is this concept called funnel, where some classes, and especially in like a 2-target fight, they don't necessarily want to start AoEing at 2 targets. They want to start AoEing at like higher target counts, and adding additional mobs allows them to use some of their AoE to single target conversion style mechanics, such as, I guess, Apex Predator bites, or get like higher Festermite stacks, that kind of thing, and or get higher resource generation from VT, or you get better Shadow Crash value, that kind of thing. And it allows you to build.
Tobo goes down again here for Legendary. Oof. They're gonna send the battle res here, but now they are
Set live.
battle reses, and that was their bloodlust as well that Tobo now does not have rolling for the end of this lust. So that is very unfortunate for Legendary. Mandatory, though, are looking in such good shape here. They've finished off this boss. 95% count means they're ready to just take the 2 mini bosses onto the last boss and stop the clock here. So not much dungeon left here for Legendary to get back in this. At this point, I think Legendary need Mandatory to have something go wrong. So doesn't necessarily need to be a full wipe, but something like a couple of deaths, a time loss like that, would let Legendary back into this one, maybe.
Count is good here for Mandatory, right? They only need so they could either pull the 5 packs or the 2 mini bosses, and those are like 6.15% apiece, isn't it?
That's fine.
At 95, they have even a little
Mandatory
bit.
hat das
We're
hier.
going to be taking the 2 mini bosses into the boss here. You can skip those mini bosses if you want. And you want
Das war relativ clean für Legendary, to be fair, bis jetzt.
But generally, teams prefer to just fight these 2 mini bosses, especially with these affixes. Really not too dangerous. You'd rather not have a bunch of extra mobs with bolstering going on as well. So should be nice and doable here for Mandatory if they can survive the intermission. Right, that's the scariest part of this fight. You do have a Death Knight who, look, RX is saving that Abomination limb for the intermission as well, just help grip up all those mobs, get them in the middle of the room, and keep them under control.
Legendary on the right side of your screen here, kind of keeping it competitive. If you look at the splits at the bottom pane, Legendary only lost a decent amount of time in that boss 1 split. Their boss 2 and boss 3 splits were fairly competitive, and they're in a position where if Mandatory, I think they would have to have a pretty big mistake on the side of Mandatory, but if they have a couple of deaths here and say they aren't able to res for whatever reason, it could be okay. But I mean, assuming that Mandatory is continuing to play flawless like they are right now, this is looking absolutely spectacular for them.
Also, wenn Mandatory hier keinen Fehler macht,
They get all of those mobs.
ich würde behaupten, Mandatory müsste ja immer wipen.
They don't even need the Abomination limb as well.
Die haben noch 2 Battle Reses, von daher. Selbst wenn jetzt, sofern jetzt nicht gerade der DK down geht, oder der, wobei, ne, die haben 2. Na Mann. Selbst wenn der DK oder der Druide down geht, einer von beiden kann ihn aufheben und es kann auch whatever.
Vampiric Embrace is rolling for the little healing that is necessary, and the boss is just melting here as all of these cooldowns have been sent by the team. No Bloodlust, but pretty much everything else was available here. And even though Legendary have made it to this intermission as well, Legendary have kept it close. It's going to be Mandatory with a flawless 0 death run. 17 minutes and what's this, 40 seconds going to be from them? That is crazy fast.
That's done.
Skylark is doing more DPS on this boss than most of my DPS do.
Yeah. Oh, and we're seeing deaths come out here for Legendary. Maybe they knew, though. Oh, no, there was a fear went off. Okay.
Oh,
I don't think they... Maybe they knew that they'd lost, but maybe the fear went off. We'll see.
I would have loved to see how that would have lined up if Legendary hadn't taken a couple of those 2 deaths.
Halls of Valor with exactly that item level and affixes came out of Echo in Group A with 20 minutes and 41 seconds. So that's the time to beat, basically. I'm very curious to see if any team has got the power to do that. I heard of secret mandatory tech, but I'm not sure if we're going to see it as well.
Secret mandatory tag.
The explosive that you need to make sure, like if you're trying to do 15 wolves all at once, but explosives are going off as well, that seems like a pretty limiting factor. It's also going to be Paladin season here for.
Okay, Scham versus Priest. Interessant. Ja. Shadow, understandable. Mage macht hier Sinn, wegen Boss Damage.
Teams here. Busting out the
Resto
Protection
Shaman.
Paladin is really nice in
Ooh,
this
Resto
area.
Shaman.
Resto Shaman from
Die
Legendary.
Frage ist,
Mandatory instead sticking with the Disc Priest though. That's gonna let them fit the Mage
anstatt
into their comp instead of
Mage, Warlock?
DPS here too. So I actually really like the Mandatory comp here.
Distro?
The mage is actually
You know?
just gross in this dungeon in general because of
Yeah.
kind of like exactly what Mandatory is doing here. So they're playing like one high HP target into a boss or into a large trash pool, and then you're just going to have the mage combusting into that target and doing an insane amount of priority damage while getting great ignite value on the.
Ich wüsste gern, wer mehr
And if you look at the damage
Single Target macht. Mage oder Rogue?
Beating RX on that Unholy DK. Unholy DK in most of these MDI comps, even if you look on the right side of your screen with Tobo, he's absolutely smurfing on the rest of his team. But Krims is able to keep up and actually overtake RX to the side of Mandatory as Hemdall about the same HP for both of these teams. It's close-ish.
Yeah, looks like RX may have held Army here as well, so maybe this is going to be something that lets them accelerate a bit into a future pull. Yeah, I'm not.
Das ist interessant.
This was their
Das habe ich gerade gar nicht so beachtet. Ich dachte eigentlich, die hätten alle CDs gezogen. To be fair, Mandatory hat hier noch Pala-CD, den Guardian und Army of the Dead und zweimal Pain Suppression
Bloodlust
für den
as
nächsten
well,
Pull.
so-
Army with the CDR is only like a 3-minute.
Mandatory hat hier
cooldown, right?
praktisch nur mit
Yeah,
BL
it depends on exactly like
Und-
combat, making sure that you're sending out those death coils.
Mage beziehungsweise
Yeah. So I'm curious what the
Dingens
strategy is.
und
here for
Druiden-CD.
Mandatory, or if that's accurate, maybe we just missed the cast.
so hart geburstet.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay, we're confirming in the log. He did not use Army, so maybe
Interessant.
they're setting up something here. Maybe they're just gonna go straight into
Pullen die das hier auf den Boss? Ist das. Machen die das?
a big pull with Army.
Auf den Miniboss?
Without Lust. Yeah, it's such a good
Sure.
combo with the Lust.
Imagine?
I mean, Mandatory just didn't even need it though, right? Because Krims was just blowing up that.
Ja, okay.
single target.
I see you.
On this pull, they will get a lot of value out of it.
I see you.
Using it. Otherwise, he's going to be like what, missing a use over the course of the whole entire dungeon, which seems inefficient. So I mean, maybe this is the pull that RX is going to pop off on.
Die Explosives sind hier keine. What the heck macht Mandatory hier?
They pull this
Oh.
into Solstin?
Wow.
What the heck?
Is this legal? Is this allowed? Okay, so this
Okay.
blast of light
what
is
the
going to be
army's-
going.
Combustion is ready. Mandatory hat hier wieder CDs. Das ist
Off now as
mehr als
well.
machbar.
Yeah, you have this purifier cast that actually went off for a couple
Der
of seconds.
Bubble?
That can't happen during the storm. Now you have a bunch of frontals landing on.
Der Pala ist
Skylark
safe, to be
as
fair.
well. Skylark has a bunch of debuffs here. It's actually going to be Ursul's Vortex by Maystein to let him get away from the.
Oh, die Healing Rune.
A rune of healing has gone out, but that's okay. It does put the aspirant actually back up quite a bit in health.
Das ist fein, das ist fein, das ist
Slowing
fein.
inventory down a little bit, but they are just
Holy.
taking aspirant's jumps, and they're going to be able to kill
RX hat immer noch Army. Just wanna say.
off Solstin here prior to the second storm. Now they can potentially pull into Olmir because they don't have those storms going on. And that's exactly what they're going to do here. They're just going to keep this rolling chain pull going. Skylark still has bubble if he needs it as well, and he's almost back to his sentinel.
Hat immer noch Guardian?
Man.
Army is for next dungeon. That's okay. We're saving it for next dungeon.
Army is for next
All
dungeon,
right,
yes.
Not a problem.
I see that.
Legendary also, they have their army back up. I suspect both teams now saving it for Herja. If I had to guess,
got some
Legendary
bubble,
killed
it's
off
fine.
Solstin moving over towards Olmir, so both teams here on a very similar cadence. of
Also.
their pull. Legendary have actually finished off almost all of their trash. Mandatory still working on it, but are getting a little bit more prior damage into Olmir as a result. Wow. This is actually so close here between both these teams. Now, one thing that
Ich würde
was-
behaupten, actually, dass hier Shaman besser wäre. Für die Aktion. Wegen Spirit Link.
True in Group A weekend as well. Last time
Für den Pull.
Legendary here.
Für den Pull speziell.
Russia inversion tech was a lot more primordial. It was a lot less planned out. Now has since from Team Echo put out a video that explains how to do the inversion with a very high degree of reliability. You end up getting a little bit more damage right at the start by doing it that way, but we'll see how they decide to do it if these teams decide to invert Herja, or if they just decide to say, you know what, it's 22, it's low enough that we can just do Herja as designed, right? And that actually looks like what Mandatory are doing here. They're just going to pull Herja straight over to the Storm area. Legendary, on the other hand, are playing over towards the Holy area, so this...
Das ist interessant, was Mandatory hier macht.
He is indeed, yeah.
Der Pull war scary.
You can see Lepan hops on that Divine Steed, brings Herja right to the middle of the room, and Herja, with both of those beams being put in here, looks scary, but as long as Lepan can make sure that it now moves quickly over to the Storm, ideally, and then back over to the Holy, it's going to be casting the wrong abilities in each side now. So you can see over to the Storm, the Holy line breaks, the boss drops off its Holy stacks a little bit, now it comes over to the Holy side, and it's got a couple of Holy stacks still, but it's now going to be casting Eye of the Storm over here, which makes it a lot less deadly.
Yeah. So just looking at the count between these two teams, we actually only see like a 2% count favor for Mandatory. For the pulls that they did, it makes me wonder, were the pulls that they were doing just flashy, or were they actually that time efficient with some of the stuff that they were doing? Like, was that pull into Olimir and Solstin really that time efficient?
So,
or is it something
I think
that
they lost quite a bit to the rune healing. I actually think that rune healing really got them for like 20% of all the mobs' health. So I'm not
Interessant.
Sure. I'm not sure if that's even... It's not... Unlike Sanguine, it doesn't show up in HPS meters for us, so I'm not sure exactly how much rune healing there was in that pull, but I have to... If I had to guess, I'd say that if that hadn't happened, they'd be even further ahead. As it stands, I mean, they are still in the lead here, right? They are going to be getting this boss dead faster, and they have 2% more count, but yeah, you're right. It's not a huge lead for how scary and big that pull looked.
That's the point. It's like, okay, wait, was that pull that they were doing just flashy, or was it actually fast? I can't really tell. And so now Mandatory able to kill off Herja, a few more seconds faster than Legendary. They're somewhere in the order of about 15 seconds ahead of Legendary, but here come Legendary on the right side of your screen as well. Now there's a question as to what's going to be going on next. I kind of assume we're about to snap some trash into the Dragon for both of these two teams. Actually, it looks like Mandatory might just be playing a double pull into the corner, whereas Legendary on the right side of your screen...
Ich find's interessant. Wie der Priest hier ankommt und erstmal alles durchdotten. So das Leben von Disc. Ich find's gerade interessant als Disc. Wenn's einen dort gäbe, der dann hier alles auf einmal. Dass man hier nicht Zeit verschwendet, für alles durchzudotten. Von daher.
Right? Now this is something that they have this Resto Shaman, right? You saw that stun totem coming out. A little bit of extra control there than the Disc Priest, so maybe they feel like they can handle a few more enemies off the strength of that R Shaman. Mandatory are going to be porting through now. 49% count. We'll see if Legendary gained a count advantage off of this. This was also their bubble taunt, whereas Skylark still has bubble available here. So if Skylark can find a good bubble taunt to use it at some point in the next few minutes, that might be an advantage here. But this has let Legendary catch up on count now. That 2% that they were missing, they have now equalized. They're going to be heading around the side of this Storm Drake. Not interested in pulling that at all.
Dude, both of these teams are really neck and neck here. And look at this, Mandatory pulling this Trapper double marksman pull into Fenrir. This actually is very dangerous, especially like the tank damage that's going to be going out. These snapshots do an insane amount of damage. If you accidentally get trapped by the bear trap from the Valjar Trapper, you will also die. Making sure to bait those traps well is going to be the name of the game for both Mandatory and Legendary. This is actually a fairly standard MDI pull, even though it's a pull that is, if you saw somebody do it on live, you would question their intentions.
Yeah, it is. I think this is one of those pulls where you gotta be really confident before you do this, right? Those bear traps that are on the ground are just gonna one-shot anybody that stands in them, right? But Mandatory have got this mapped out, like the back of their hands, right? They know exactly what they're going to do and where everybody's going to move and where the traps might be and where the traps can't be, where they can go to dodge. They also know that they have 3 shadow melds, which means that the boss is never going to be jumping around and applying extra bleeds, right? Because they'll always have somebody targeted who can meld it. So Yeah, that's going to be mandatory getting the first part of that boss done. What are they going to do with the wolf area?
Yeah, so in Group C,
Legendary is ziemlich low hier.
team that we ever saw take all of these wolves and they got their players up on the ledge in advance and pulled all of the wolves into the boss. So these wolves are actually very, very dangerous and they leap unless your players are in like a no path.
Spurtling kommt ja ziemlich handy für Legendary.
Right now,
Für den Pool.
He's the fastest player I've ever seen be able to jump into the spot. He immediately grips Crims up into this slot as well, and you see all of these wargs have been engaged for mandatory. Now, there's a question as to what happens whenever Fenrir targets a player with that time to feed mechanic. And so the Ravenous Leap is fine. They're just going to make sure that Crims or Mode are not going to be the furthest players out because they don't want the mob to leap on the rock. Now, with this time to feed mechanic, what is going to happen? Is it going to target either Mode or Crims? This Scent of Blood here. And so
it's on Mode.
And he gets bopped.
Oh, but he's got bop. Right, so you've got bop. So even though the wargs are going to jump on you, you have bop, and the warg jump is physical as well. So very nice paladin adaptation as well. Here, letting the teams do this. You can see the bop is going to land here for legendary as well on Wexy. Now there it's a little bit more costly because it's on their DPS, but as long as these wargs can die, and they do get the wargs,
interesting,
all but one of them. In time here before that bop is expired. So that is the timer there, right? Is when bop expires, you need the wargs to be dead.
Yes. I mean, mandatory, their trash was pretty high. Like we had the bop expiring right as that pack was dying. 22 fortified. It's just an insane amount of HP. And legendary being able to do the exact same pull, they're going to be going into this bear bull style pull about at the same time as mandatory. They're still just a few seconds behind, but any mistake for mandatory here on this pull could allow legendary to be able to sling.
Yeah, that's fine.
Need to make sure that they continue to play clean and continue to have 0 deaths like we saw in the first map.
Yeah, let's see if Skylark is going to be able to live this. He doesn't have bubble, which would definitely make this pull a little bit more bearable. But no, it's okay. All right. He's going to still keep kiting around. He has freedom as well. That freedom is actually really nice against this because these bears keep charging you and putting a slow on you, but freedom is going to let him actually dodge a lot of these autos. Keeping the pack really tighted like this as well is nice because the explosives are very visible when you do this.
Yeah, he's really taking the bull by the horns here.
Yeah, it is grabbing this bull by the horns. Absolutely. Mandatory 83.33% is very good. Very good count. That's all they need. Wait,
that's not count.
They need
83.7.
83.7. Yeah, so they actually missed a stag, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, so they, maybe it was one of the dragon-eaten stags. I think the dragon eats some stags, and if you can tag them and pull it into the dragon, I think they do if you've tagged them. I think you get one count or one count, which is 0.3% each.
Where did they just get this? Where did they get the count? All right, whatever.
I think that's what happened.
We actually
what just happened?
Cool, I'm down. Down for that.
Is that a thing?
Well, here comes the king area.
Doesn't have count. Okay, now they also have count. All right, great. Everybody's got count. Okay.
All right.
So what we're going to see here is 4 kings, and this is actually probably the most pivotal moment of the dungeon for both of these teams. If one of these teams gets 4 kings and the other one doesn't, I think that's going to be like a minute time loss for the team that does not. And setting this up is actually fairly challenging. You want to throw these beers in 2 seconds of separation between them, and then click the king that you want to activate with the final second of separation. Basically, whenever the beers expire, the kings will run back to their slot, and they'll become active for just a split second, allowing you to be able to get multiple into this pull. And it looks like, assuming Randolph starts engaging here, that Mandatory have the bones of being able to get all 4 activated, and they've done it. Yep, perfect.
Absolutely. When you're trying to do all 4 at once, it can be very nasty because that timer, that debuff on those mobs does not last very long. So you can see Legendary going to try and do the same thing here. But Bjorn actually going to take a little bit to get in combat here. Now Tor is casting Call Ancestor. Are they going to be able to get this over to Haldor and Ranulf in time? There, Haldor gets in combat. Are they going to be able to get to Ranulf? Yes. Now they just have to make sure they get the click. And they've done it as well, it looks like. Unless, yeah, okay, they have
Okay, beide Teams haben vor Kings. Oh mein Gott.
Mandatory, maybe 20 to 30 seconds ahead here, but Legendary definitely still in range, and we'll get to see if either comp has an advantage on single target.
Ah, ich hätte Bock, meinen Schaden zu leveln, to be
I
fair.
would say that I think the mandatory comp should do a little
Als
bit more single
hier.
target, but I'm not 100% sure.
I actually don't know what composition is supposed to do.
Schaden hier ist schon
Say
insane.
that if you offered me a better composition for 35 or 40 seconds, I'm definitely taking the 35 or 40 seconds almost every single time. As mandatory here, have grabbed the Aegis.
Actually, lass mich mal kurz gucken. Hier passiert eh nichts Interessantes mehr.
He's a little bit less verbose
Es sind jetzt 2 normale Bossfights.
Yeah.
Ich will nur kurz checken.
They chopped off a line of his RP, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
60.
Fight is gonna start for mandatory. 14:33 when they pulled the boss.
Das ist machbar.
Very quick time through this dungeon.
Ist das mehr Evoke oder Charme leveln?
Under 20-minute run here out of both teams, I suspect.
Fair Priest ist nicht so meins.
Yeah.
Die Season
I mean,
zumindest.
this run has been great from Legendary. So was their knock.
Wenn ich Priest mache, dann das C. Und das C ist keiner. Meh.
This Halls has been great out of them though, and they're only 20% of a boss behind here. There are 2 bosses left as well, so they could catch up here if they can do just enough damage, or if even 1 death comes out for mandatory. I think this game is right back in the tide.
Another couple of things that are important for this fight is
Just a
one,
second.
you cannot kill the boss with the Ragnarok attack, otherwise
Yeah.
he will kill you.
The
And
projectiles will still land, and you don't have the shield
Yeah,
anymore. Yeah.
The second thing is you actually want thundering to be around the 45 to 50 second mark whenever this boss dies. That actually allows you to have perfect thundering timing during the Odin rune.
Gott, wir leveln unseren
Something
Schaden.
that, depending on how far into this encounter, or into this dungeon they've actually scripted their thundering ahead, it might be
Paar
something
Dungeons
that
blasten.
Mandatory is going to have. I
Ist
mean,
noch wer
if
on?
you look right here, they have 20 seconds. I actually don't think that their thundering.
Check mal Lady, ob die Bock hat.
Looks like they're going to get this boss killed off a little bit early, so that means their
Ich wüsste,
thundering
mein Handy
might
wäre.
not be perfectly aligned with the Odin runes, but it's not gonna be the worst thing I've ever seen.
Unlucky.
Yeah, it's all right, right? Like you still are gonna get.
Ich geh mal mein Handy suchen.
Odin, right? So you can probably
Da gibt's eh nicht viel zu sagen. Das ist ein ganz normal Casual Bossfight.
Lust available. Yeah, Lust is being used here by Legendary on Scoball that was already committed by Mandatory, so this is going to help Legendary catch up even a little bit further, and we will see just how many seconds they are behind here. It's going to be 19 seconds behind our Legendary. Now on Odin, the way that this fight works is you do so much damage during the Runic Brand phase. If Mandatory can kill Odin during the first Runic Brand phase, it kind of doesn't matter what Legendary can do. But if Mandatory aren't able to finish it off during that first Runic Brand phase, Legendary can steal this map by doing so. So that's going to be the question here.
So just getting a cooldown check here, the only major difference between these two teams is RX is going to have that army, whereas Tobo is still... I mean, he's 2 minutes off of it. Maybe with some death coils, he'll be able to have that back up for this runic brand. It just kind of depends on, is he going to be able to get enough CDR to get that back? If he doesn't have
I got it.
for those that runic brand phase, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to push the boss in one phase here.
Now, Legendary are going to have better thundering here, right? Their thundering is going to line up with
Slightly.
that runic brand. Yeah, whereas Mandatory's is not. Legendary also had a really clever thing. Lopan actually popped his wings during the RP there so that it would come back during the first runic brand too. So they are really optimizing for this. They're really going to go for it. I think Lopan is going to get a Grief Torch during a brand, during a Thundering as well, if I'm not mistaken. So that might just nuke this boss out of existence. But the question is it going to be enough? Or are Mandatory just going to stop this clock before Legendary even see that runic brand phase? The boss is still above 90% here as well, so Crims is just critting all of his fireballs off of that fire starter too. So really nice boss fight for the fire mage because of the way that its health works here. 87% and following.
Wieso hat der... Wieso hat Iglo hier am meisten Boss Damage für Legendary?
But here comes Legendary. Thundering is going to be in 3 seconds with this.
What the heck is...
Going to need to do so much damage here to catch up to Mandatory though. Oh!
I don't know if they can do it.
I thought I saw a death there coming up, but no, that was just an animation, a big animation on the side of mandatory. That's gonna stop the clock for them. Yeah, 80% is where, of course, this boss does die. No deaths on the board, so no opportunity for Legendary to pull this one back. Let's see just how close they were there. Oh, it was so close as well. It was 15 seconds. Oh, dude.
Wow. That's a heartbreaker for Legendary. It's like you were saying, they weren't really, there was nothing wrong.
That come
Just
off.
a tiny little variation of time, but Mandatory gets a 2-0. They will move on to the quarterfinals in the upper bracket. Legendary moves down, but I mean, this could be us just as easily going to a game 3. Isn't that right, Migs?
Yeah, absolutely. And we already skipped that part. We're not talking about RX and the army anymore. I need to kind of rush to his defense and say, if you messed up your army by whatever reason, right? You as DK, as Unholy DK, you don't use that army and you put your entire CD rotation out and then realize army wasn't used because you
Perplex was Sloth.
It was a very big match for Perplex to win. And obviously, to get further finals, a couple of years, the runs just haven't been there.
Ryzen als Evoker und Palla anstatt Warrior. Interessant.
So, if they do have a chance this time around, we need to see it in this very first series, but we're already off to the races at the start of Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Very standard start of the dungeon. Squad of 4 players head to the left, gather all the mobs and spiderlings over here. Druid moves off to the right, gathers all those up, and then we'll converge in the middle. But we do have a little bit of a difference in comp here, Tettles. We've got Prot Paladin Evoker for Perplexed, Prot Warrior Disc Priest.
Ich wüsste gerne, wer mehr Damage macht an Tanks. Prot Palla oder
So before Preservation
Worry.
got nerfed, it was like we kind of the Mage and the Unholy
Ich würde sogar fast Palla sagen.
In particular, it was a combo that just worked super well. But you obviously had to match it with the Disc Priest. I wonder for what reason, like Ryson decided that Preservation Evoker was going to be the best healer in this composition. Now, obviously for Perplex, I think that the tank makes actually a little bit more sense. Divine, a very long time protection paladin main. Any time that he's able to play that prot paladin, it just makes a lot of sense for him, and he's going to be trending towards that anytime that he thinks that it's going to be.
Prot Palla macht ein bisschen mehr DPS, aber ich denke, das covert der Evoker, to be fair, DPS-mäßig, gegen Disc. Von daher ist fine.
Just the Bone Mender alive, they should be free to go there. One of the things that I've noticed the teams have been doing this weekend specifically is they've been letting out that second Bone Mender from the mind control early, and we've actually seen so many teams die to that frailty debuff that the Bone Menders put out on this first boss here. I mean, even Echo had two players go down to that frailty debuff. I think it's just so dangerous to pull it out, but they do, yeah.
Are they gonna beat this Dark Communion cast?
Easily.
Oh,
easily.
Please.
A little close, but easily.
Great.
Skippen das, right?
Alright, 2 seconds separate.
Yeah, like we were saying.
Ich glaube, Perplex built das, actually.
At the start of the poll there, like you were mentioning, I think the DPS comp from Sloth is capable of more single target damage. I think, you know, we saw they did win on the boss by like 2 seconds. Not that big.
Macht das Sinn, das auf den Boss zu pullen? Das ist scary.
Average damage earlier on. What is Perplexed doing here? They're
what did
pulling
they
two
do?
Consumers into the boss, but the Ring of Frosted in the back? Like,
Warum ist hier ein Ring of Frost? What?
The top of the area too, and they just left them like landslid and mass root at the top. Are they gonna have this stuff wander in late? Okay, so here's what they're doing. So a lot of the times whenever you pull this trash into the boss.
Oh. Durch die Intermission. In der Intermission sind die dann gestackt. See.
Wall summon means the mobs come all the way in before the cast starts, and 2, it means that you actually don't have to deal with the Dominator's cast all too often. And so that's actually going to allow the pack to funnel all the way in for Perplexed here. And
Das ist smart.
they come out of this Soul Step with the damage buff. The mobs are stunned and they're going to evade for a couple seconds, but now they're able to take damage.
Das ist smart für Perplex.
And you see what it looks like on the other side for Sloth, where they're doing it a bit more standard. I guess they're double pulling this, but they're doing it a bit more standard with those trash pulls that we commonly see off to the side here.
And like you said, they have
Der Dominator Cast ist aber trotzdem scary.
relatively easy compared to the Paladin to
Correct.
get everything ramped up here. But this is
Alle die sind nicht gekickt, ne?
There's so much of this trash left alive for them, and it's starting to cast. They are able
Die
to
Caster kommen gar nicht, ne?
Wolf Disco has gone down, so they're gonna have to use that battle rise, get him back up here. Now their boss is a little bit lower.
To be fair, der Death ist jetzt nicht so bad für Wolf.
I mean, Fire Mage is a very tempo-based class, right? You lose your Sun King's Blessings decks, you just kind of stop doing damage. So Sloth is going to catch up off that death, and also the pull for Perplexed was a pretty decent bit smaller, right? 3% less trash count. They're gonna have to make that up somewhere. Are they just gonna skip past this with Invis Pots now? That doesn't seem like a great use of potions. Yeah, okay, that's what they're doing.
We're invis potioning this, yeah. I'm trying to think, like, where are they supposed to get this count from then?
Just pull the 2 extra fighters. Is that what?
I guess maybe
it's normally pull.
Maybe the slots throughout don't account for that. I mean, we've seen teams pull, you know, a 5 spider pull. Like I think that prop paladin teams in general, we saw this from Echo earlier. They did a 5 spider pull into the worm, and that's something that is facilitated by the ability of being able to just throw Avenger Shield and interrupt mobs.
Wo bekommen die Prozente her? Im Vergleich.
Are grabbing all 5 of these corpse spiders, and so that is something that is being done. Where on the right side of your screen, yeah, like you were saying, this is not a 5 spider pull for them. They are skipping those 2 that are off to the side. So makes sense. Perplexed pull right here is very, very dangerous, and if Divine isn't perfect with both his Rebuke and his Avenger Shield, you could see some problems. But
Perplexed.
Assuming that he gets those perfectly timed, it should be okay.
Der Pull für Perplexed ist ziemlich scary. Ist das Worth?
I would say a little bit behind right now, right? With that death on the board, plus the more difficult pull that they're trying to go for. Also, Sloth is going to be able to get the Plague Bats on this pull without too much difficulty.
Ist das Worth, was Perplexed macht? Ich finde eigentlich nicht.
I think
Das ist nur unnötig scary.
this 5 corpse spider pull, maybe they'll be able to keep it close, but I would have to favor Sloth at this point.
Carrion Worm is the exact same for both of these teams. They both submerge at the exact same time. Oh, looking at the right side of your screen, it looks like Mikey's grabbing the double spider as well on top of these Plague Bats. It seemed like he took a step back and tagged those mobs. Hold on, I can't see.
He did.
I
So
need
they
the camera.
have them coming in the back. He definitely did tag them.
Okay, great. I'm glad that I'm...
Okay.
Yeah, there they are. I swear, I was like, I swear I'm not making this up here. So... Does Perplexed have count? Is Sloth going over count?
Maybe Sloth doesn't need to pull the Spiderlings after this. Maybe they just pull them into the blueberries instead.
I can see that, yeah.
My guess.
Makes sense.
It just seems weird. I mean, it's cool to see 2 different strategies going into play, but it just seems like what Perplexed is doing, while it's different, it just seems a little slower. Here we go, Perplexed are going to go and get those Spiderlings. Ryson's going to go ahead and run by, glide around, get a tag, probably will get a grip from Swag. Nope. Nope, he's just gonna fly on around back, just mosey around. Of course, they don't have to worry about
I mean, das ist fine. Ist normal.
So, even if the casts do go off, they will be fine.
Okay,
on to Bone
Maw's been engaged for Perplexed, where Sloth, looks like they're just taking a couple of seconds to grab aggro on this whole entire pack before engaging Bone Maw. So something in the order of about 5% is in favor of Perplexed over Sloth here. Now, this pack is actually pretty difficult to deal with if you miss any of your interrupts, particularly on the corpse spiders. We have seen teams wipe in the past to this.
I mean, auf Live ist es mehr scary als in einem MDI-Szenario. Der Fakt, dass... Shut up. Der Fakt, dass halt alle Interrupts irgendeiner Person zugeteilt sind, jeden Pull, jeder CD perfekt getimed, also nahezu perfekt getimed ist, macht die ganzen Pulls halt weniger scary, als sie aussehen. Von daher ein Pack auf ein anderes Pullen ist jetzt nicht wirklich scary,
No.
wenn ich weiß, dass zum Beispiel Schein immer den Nekrotikast kickt von, I don't know, Stern.
They're done with all of the trash. They've had no issues on bone mob. That's why pulling trash to the boss is just so dangerous. Because if you lose,
Von daher,
say you lose like one player to getting inhaled or whatever, and those mobs are a little bit alive a little bit longer than you anticipate.
oh, Ryzen geht
It
down.
just becomes a lot more precarious to either get your kick or positioning is just a little bit harder. It puts you in a position where you can get hit by that body slam.
Wir haben keinen Bär.
Going down, but bone maw only at 7%.
Plex ist kein
I
Bär.
mean, things are fine. Rice is going to be able to release here once Bone Maw does die. On the right side of your screen, though, Sloth had that full wipe, and so unless Perplex is going to have a catastrophe,
Ja, ist fein.
they should be able to take this down. And the only things
Was
that separate
stirbt,
those
Release.
between this and the into this dungeon is one double blueberry pull, which is a live key pull,
Okay.
and then Nerzul by himself, which again,
That's fine.
another
That's
live key
fine.
pull.
Right. Now, there is something a little scary because Ryzen did go down for them there. They did have to commit both their Nature's Vigil and their VE just to make sure people were safe and alive during the inhale there. Those spits from the carrion worms in the back were still going off. So they won't have those for the blueberries. So there's going to have to be a lot of healing coming out from Ryzen here just to keep people alive. You can see he has a lot of his cooldowns available and prepped. So they should be fine for these first initial Void Pulses. But once they get to the next set after these Void Eruptions, we could see people dropping very, very low here. Third Void Pulse goes out on the group here. Have the rewind available, and it is now popped as well. There we go.
Gotta get soothes as well, but everything's fine. We got the overall talented here. See that press and roar? And then we get the other
There's the
soothe on the...
Communion too.
Yeah, no, we're
Beautiful.
vibing. Everything's fine.
No problems at all.
Okay, well... Rice is gonna have to heal that one back up. But we got Lust, Zyro. We got Lust. We don't have all of our offensive CDs here. Whatever. Do we wait on Thundering? I guess
Wait on
to
PI
press
probably.
it. It's lined up with Thundering. I guess maybe next Thundering.
It probably
know.
is Thundering. It probably is Thundering. You just pop it on the Thundering and you're good to go.
PI's not lined
Wolf
up with
Disco won't
Thundering,
have his
though.
combust up for it. It won't have PI.
Yeah. I don't know. It's really interesting decision
call.
point right here. Because you're only getting one more Lust in the dungeon. You're only getting one more set of CDs. Are you going to make it to the next Thundering? I guess that's the information that we're lacking here.
True. What's the fastest way they can finish this dungeon and send us to map 2?
Yes, of course. We press
doing the
Lust
equations
here.
in my head right now. Let me push my glasses up a little bit. Hold on.
All right, we pressed it. We pressed it on the
Ah.
Thundering. All right. We've decided that
Well,
the
'cause
Thundering
you
was
see-
the correct place.
Actually, if you lust here, not only do you get the Thundering, but you also get the Power Infusion in the 2 minutes at the end of the Bloodlust as well. So, even though it doesn't
Alright.
line up perfectly. Oh, yes.
I have a question. On a scale of 1 to 10, if your Shadow Priest grips you while you're staffing on a Preservation Evoker to clear his own Thundering, how mad are you? I think I'm
Oh,
like
10
an
out of 10.
8. I'm like an 8 or a 9. That guy gripped me.
Yeah. I would love to see Ryzen just rescue Swag into the purple, just for fun.
This is a timed event,
The end
Zyro.
here?
Do not do that.
They're an entire boss ahead.
I don't know.
Ryzen for fun? Please, 5%?
All right, Perplexed are
Okay.
going to be downing the Nerzul and going to be able to take map 1 in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. A really great performance. They had a couple deaths, but overall, hey, I love their route.
And they
Yeah,
break the trend.
I
though.
mean,
remember, every team that won Shadow Moon has gone on to lose the series. So,
Oh my god.
Curse is going in. Oh no. Perplex, what have you done?
For what reason?
Well, they've won the dungeon at least, and I mean it was looking pretty close until some unfortunate death.
A prediction in chat.
Ich will gerne einfach den Tank Damage vergleichen. To be fair. Divine hat 60. Wo ist unser Pala? Hier unser Brawl. Prot Warrior hat ein bisschen mehr Effective DPS, wobei ich da nicht wirklich drauf gehen würde. To be fair. Ich gehe lieber auf den Overall. Ja, I don't know. Divine hat deutlich mehr also was hat denselben Damage im Endeffekt wie Malek. Dafür hat Ryzen mit dem Evoker 10k Damage, Effective mehr. Und 10 Millionen allgemein mehr. $19 versus 24. Evoker ist einfach broken.
I'm casting with 2 doubters.
I don't know what to say.
Hey, I mean,
I think that's true.
Ungefähr hier, ne?
But for a lot more vulnerability with some of the pulls that you were looking to do in there.
here's a nice, easy 20 Ruby life pools for our second game. We'll see if Sloth can tie it up. Just a breezy 20, you know?
Oh, balmy 20.
Azure Ball, but still a 20.
Wait, die pullen das auch hier runter? Just a second.
3 range keys. I mean, those are 22 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. It just opens you up for a lot more vulnerability.
Was put perplexed alles?
That you were looking to do in there.
Here's a nice, easy
Sloth put
20
hier
Ruby
oben.
life pools for our second game. We'll see if Sloth can tie it up.
Ne, Sloth put hier oben.
A breezy 20, you know?
Oh, balmy 20.
Azure Ball,
Oh,
but still a 20.
word.
Here we go. Already, though, different pulls at the very start of the dungeon here. Sloth pulling everything together upstairs, but we're seeing Perplexed go for the snap pull downstairs. A lot of trash for both teams together here. Perplexed also, of course, the trash is
Die A-Contender, die Bäume
but Lust committed for both teams.
sind ein bisschen scary. Oh,
Coming out from Sloth here. Over 800k on Marky there, blitzing through the trash. They've already dealt with all of that first pull, but now they have to go down and deal with the tenders. Perplexed, if they're able to finish this off, are going to pull the boss faster, but Wolf Disco down again.
I mean, he's their MVP.
oh, Vibe für perplexed. Mit BL?
Divine is kiting it out. He had the bubble on him. No, he had the bubble on him. He's kiting it out. Divine field.
Wait, die haben BL? Immer noch? Dann haben die BL gezogen.
A breezy.
Cooler Anfang, oder?
Pull downstairs. A lot of trash for both teams to blitzing through the trash.
I mean, he's their MD too,
Ryzen
man.
2, Asher
Divine hat hier Bubble.
2.
Zyro! We're having a partial
Okay.
wipe. A
Divine is
personal
kiting it out. He had
catastrophe.
the bubble. He's kiting it out. Divine Field's still alive. He kept the pull alive here. It's not over for them yet. This is going to cost them a ton of time here. 15 seconds on the death timers. Plus, they have to get everyone back together.
Das
Divine
ist...
kiting up the stairs to try to keep the pull alive.
What the heck?
And now he can jump down and read
Is
the
it?
team. I mean, that's heads up play from Divine Field.
Okay.
You got to hand it to him. He kept it alive.
It's just like Benny Hill music is playing in the background. I hear it
Yes. Yes.
as Divine runs away. Okay, look at this. Laymore has spawned for both.
Oh
teams
mein...
around the
Das war scary für Divine.
And Perplexed actually gets Laymore engaged a bit in advance.
Divine kam im Klatsch.
On the right side of your screen,
Muss man so sagen.
have somewhere in the order of around 6 or so % count ahead, especially
Muss man so sagen.
somewhere in the order of like 8 to 9. So I think that Sloth is actually pretty reasonably ahead here, but they're definitely in a situation where Perplexed, like you said, that heads-up play from Divine, being able to kite that pack out, it's definitely keeping them in this. And that was something that was a big catastrophe, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, one of the constant traits we always talk about as casters of a great team, you know, just compared to a generally good team, is being able to mitigate disaster, right? Turning a bad situation into a less bad situation. Now, if Divine Field had also died there, all 3 of the tenders reset. They heal from 20% back to 100%. You have to restart that pull all over again. You lose probably about an extra minute on top of that. But because he was able to stay alive, because he was able to kite that out, he saved his team a minute, and he gives them a fighting chance here in this dungeon. And look at where they are right now. They're at the same HP threshold on the first boss here, even a little bit ahead here. Now, of course, because of the way the team's pulled, because of the way Sloth pulled, they do have a little bit more trash count. That extra 7% will come in handy later on in the dungeon here. But Perplexed, because of Divine Field, we're still not quite out of it yet.
Hm.
I mean, look at this. Laymore's going to be going down for both of these teams within mere seconds of one another. And I think it just shows, like, how difficult that first pull that Perplex was trying to do just truly is. They were basically doing most of what Sloth did in 2 to 3 pulls in one singular pull. And it's just like the dangers of snapping that pack, especially on bursting. If Wolf Disco doesn't die, they get the MD for the bursting there, and everything is totally fine. And like the texture of what happened there changes so dramatically. And look at Perplexed here as they downlay more. They're going to be coming through the rest of this dungeon. And if we see any mistakes on the right side of your screen from Sloth here, it's going to allow
Wie ist eigentlich das Tierset für Scham?
Sloth are looking like they are in
Du Fälle, das für Brees ist keiner. Meh.
Definitely has the advantage, but like we mentioned already, Perplexed is still in the lead here. They will have a chance of coming back here, but look at what Sloth is doing.
Tierset, Dragonfly.
This Crystal Thrash with their trash count that they have, and past the elementals too. This is what they're skipping.
Are they gonna snap anything, you think?
Are they gonna snap anything?
Where
Who's
is
over here with them?
Simkins?
Their tank is here. Where's Simkins?
So Simkins can jump the...
Where are they going?
Simkins is going to snap it down to the second platform, isn't he? Can we get a POV on him? He's probably going to be in Moonkin form grabbing some mobs right now. Yeah, look at him. He's flapping. Actually, I don't think he...
Keiner, whatever.
Where was he? Was he just ahead of everybody else?
He was just behind.
Oh.
That is going to go down as one of the great calls in MDI history, though. Look at him. He's flapping.
Look at him. He's flapping. Wait, what's flapping? There's just no trash with him. Alright, well... Dude, we've seen some crazy stuff in here.
Scham, Tierset ist irgendwie kein whatever.
I was hoping they were going to do something cool too, but it didn't appear to be the case here. Perplexed, however, opting to pull this trash on its own right now. So, this is the trash that we would normally see be snapped down to the third boss or fourth boss, depending on the strategy that you've seen. But they're just pulling it natty now, just getting the trash count now. So we'll probably won't see too many snapping pulls from Perplexed later on. Sloth, however, like we saw earlier, just skipped past everything. Skipped past the top floor, skipped past the second floor. They're already onto Azure Blade here. And let's see what percentage they're able to get it to before he goes into the first intermission phase. I think earlier today, with a death from Mirez, Echo was able to get it to about 55%. Sloth getting the boss to 50, also 55%-ish. They should easily be able to one-fizz this.
Yeah, I mean, during last stand, obviously it was a little bit different affixes, but they had that boss at, was it 75 sometimes, and they were able to one phase out of this. Obviously, it depends on your composition, depends on your amount of offensive CEs. 55.
Ja, to be fair.
Should be more. These teams,
Ich glaube, hier passiert nicht mehr viel.
And Perplex have actually
Viel Neues.
they have the ability to be able to pull a decent amount more count in this Azure Blade area, but Sloth here are grabbing a couple more Vault Guards on top of Azure Blade to finish off just a little bit of their count. I think that Perplex is going to be somewhere in the order of maybe 10% ahead? Maybe like 10 to 15% ahead with all the bonus trash that they grabbed in that ring area. Now there's a question as to how is Sloth going to manage? What route?
Achso. Oh, gibt's ein neues. Ich brauche einen neuen Namen. So, deswegen. Ein originaler Charme. Ist ein bisschen her, dass ich den eingeloggt habe. Ich meine Weg auch noch für den? Ungefähr. Let me see. Ich denke, mit Cloudbuster war besser. Ich muss mich erst mal kurz reinlesen, just a second. Wir gehen definitiv mit Stormkeeper für den Anfang. Was hab ich hier kein Chain-Lighting? Das ist vor allem bei mir, ne? War das ist das ein Dummick? Nee, ne? Dummick. Wieso geht das nicht? Da. What the heck? Also erstmal die zwei, da kann man wegmachen. Need all. Ich glaube, ich habe eine 8 oder so, eine 7,5, ne? Dann haben wir hier Crit. Zero. Muss ich das jetzt echt so rüberschieben? Kidding. Da, da, da. Ich bin ja auf Restro, ne? Yes. Das passt. Das kommt weg. Kick hab ich hier. Windrush. Hab ich Windrush als Restro? Manatite. Hab ich einen Windrush überhaupt? Achso. Was ist das da mein Fokus-Makro? Boah, Jesus, was habe ich hier? Das kommt hier hin. Ah, doch, das kommt. Ah, ne. Das ist mein Rest-Moment. Just a second. Das kommt hier hin. Der ist schon weg. Das kommt hier hin. Das kommt hier hin. Ups. Das sehe ich hier. Ne, das sehe ich auf Shift V. Das sehe ich definitiv auf Steuerung R. Das kommt weg. Das da kommt dahin. Das kommt hier hin. Das kommt weg, das kommt weg, das kommt weg. Das kommt dahin. Das kommt weg. Das kommt weg. Das kommt auf Y. Oh, Shift R, ne? Machen wir den Stun hier hin. Water Shield. Was wir down. Passt. Oder Maus wieder ab. Haben wir das auf A1 für Buffs. Haben wir sonst noch was? Ne? Wenn's mal West bringen überhaupt, wahrscheinlich erstmal nicht, ne? So, jetzt brauche ich mal einen Makros. Das Fokuskick. Eben. Nice. Brauche ich das? Why not? Just to have it, I guess. Healing Search? Actually nice zu haben. Machen wir das mal hier hin. Das paar Toten haben wir nicht mehr, ne? Nee. Komm, das mache ich auf X. Healing Rain auf F. Dann kann ich leben. Let me think. Passt so, ne? Healing Search fehlt uns jetzt noch, ne? Richtig? Search. So habe ich das immer nur auf Maus gelegt. Search. I don't know. Wie gesagt, auf C. Sollte fein sein, right? Was bin ich mit dem überhaupt? Engineering, genau. Huh. Interesting. Mount.
More, Walker. The time has come to resume our pursuit of the jailer. I await you in Ouroboros.
Okay. Getting. Ein letztes Mal, I guess. Fuck. Kein Cursor-Makro für Healing Rain? Wait a second. Muss ich das wirklich machen?
Ah, here is the hue you must love. The flight will
Hail, adventurer. I shall help you prepare for the Dragon Isles. Have you anything new to research? I shall meet you at the Zeppelin once you've gathered our future expeditionary members.
Das habe ich alles, ne? Explorers recruited. Wo? Achso, da. Sehe. Zuerst die auf dem Stein, dann da unten die. Das macht aber eigentlich keinen Unterschied. Was für ein Gear haben wir? 220.
Imagine all the wondrous relics collected by the dragonflies over the ages. I will gather my wisest scholars for your expedition.
Reporting for duty. The Dragon Isles, you say? It would be an
Ich denke, wir machen Dungeon Spam als hier.
Hey, where have you been? Join the expedition? We'll do more than join. We'll lead the way.
What can I do for you? You say
Kannst du das? Warum muss ich hier meinen In setzen?
The odds favor us.
Kann man irgendwo hier hinsetzen, oder? Hier.
You made quick work of gathering our expedition members. I admire efficiency in my traveling companions. A surprise attack! Guards! Arrest this handsome wizard.
Be at ease. He is an ally. Be mindful of your duty.
Ah, like the expedition Zeppelin shouldn't be too long now.
Apologies for my abrupt arrival, but the news I bring cannot wait for pleasantries.
Please, chat with your fellow explorers while we wait.
Let's get to work. Remain vigilant.
In der Zeit. Ich kopiere mir das da jetzt einfach, fuck it. Kann ich mir das kopieren? Copy. Scheiße. Dann vergleichen wir es einfach. Das. That's kinda big. Birch. It's nice. Ich gehe gerade nur nach Dingens. Nach Warhead. Windrush. Das ist Windrush, ja, ne? Etwas Guardian ist ziemlich cool. Nee.
Adventurers, we shall depart for the
The defiant dragon
Ist da ein Red drin?
all its spiky glory. All aboard for adventure, my friends.
Finally, I could have flown there and back again by now.
Acid Rain.
Mind at all.
Ja, aber not.
While waiting, I captured some vibrant images of the coastal wildlife.
You'll get plenty of pictures in the Dragon Isles. So many new species to document.
And maybe get eaten by.
Das ist kinda nice. Spirdling, definitiv. Feeding Tides, 100%. Lava Search. Das ist vom Flame Shock, okay. Ja, ein Cloudburst, ne? Gibt's noch das Riptide-Bild?
I captained hundreds of smuggling operations, launched right under Elisand's nose. If anyone understands subtlety in navigation, it is I.
Sieht nicht so aus. Ah. Kann ich? Ich kann mir auf Timer kommen. Das mache ich auch. Ich mache nur mal. Dingens. Ich gehe nur kurz über meine Big-Augen. What the heck? Der Webpoint. Trigger. Oh, was missing? Normalerweise sollte er jetzt triggern. Warum triggerst du nicht?
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
Haben sie den Namen geändert? Was 5-2-1, ne? 2-7. Getting.
I need to target something first.
Getting. Auch nicht. Doch nur der eine Trigger, oder? Yes. Warum ist das nicht geladen? Oh, I see. Ah, I see. Was hat Lightning Shield für ein Spell-ID? Das war dumm. 102. 106. Das geht. Und wenn ich das mache, yes. Was habe ich hier für eine Group Scale, actually? Mensch, wisst, was steht. Hier, 9.5. Nice. Acht Stück oder so, ne? Copy group. Fuck it. Hier. Paste. That's fine. Ja, scheiß drauf, wir schreiben die neu. Scheiß drauf. Das ist wichtig. Das passt. Buffs. Wir machen das jetzt einfach schnell. Ja. Oh, missing. Wir speedrunnen das da jetzt. Ja, aber nur. Tower Search definitiv.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
Mana Spring. Hab ich das überhaupt? Ah, I don't care. Wir nehmen einfach alles. Tidebringer. Erbschild ist auch keiner, whatever. Ah, wobei. Oh, was missing? Smart Group. Kann sein, dass Healing Rain, dass wir es halt Fähigkeit angeben müssen. Also lass mal einfach schauen. Ah ne, die Rage wird auch angezeigt. Ist fine. Aber nur wenn. Ist halt nur wenn wir selber betroffen sind, oder? Naja. Okay, nice. Na, meint. I like that. Mana Tide. Spirit Wolf. I don't care about that. Stormkeeper, why not? Maybe von Stormkeeper würde es auch anbieten, den Cooldown zu zeigen. Das war auch keiner, whatever. Senden ist sehr wichtig. Cloudburst. Eine Zeit lang hatte ich mal meine Totems immer so als Bar hier nebendran gestackt. Ist ein Ding, das man machen kann, aber das fand ich ganz okay. War ein bisschen fancy. Ja. Ja, definitiv halt. Das ist auch wichtig. Master of the Elements. Why not? Riptide, definitiv Riptide. Ist wichtig. Spirit Link ist wichtig. Ups. Tidal Waves. Müsste ich eigentlich was haben, oder? Windwasch noch. Da müsste ich eigentlich alles haben an Buffs. Flameshock. Ja, das kann aber whatever. Frostshock, why not? Mana Text. Der kommt hier hin. Will ich nicht dynamisch haben. Ähm. 8 Stück, yes. So eine Size hier. Prozent. Kleiner gleich. Machen wir 40. Okay. Okay, wenn wir das auf Target setzen. Müsste es wieder weg sein, ne? Okay. Dann unser Shield hier. On the Group. Auch was missing. Normal dürfte jetzt nicht da sein. Ist das? Ähm. Hat das als Spell? Die Spell-ID. 382 021. Naja. Ja. Das Item? Naja. Batman Chant. Drei acht 382 021. Hm. Drei acht zwei 021, ne? Sad. Nope.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
Ich probiere jetzt noch eine. So geht's. Okay. So geht's. Oh mein Gott. Please. Erstmal dasselbe. So. Weil ich habe hier. Ach, ich habe mir Cursor Makro gar nicht geschrieben. Ja, wäre jetzt ein bisschen leise, oder? Ah. Oh, I'm dumb. Ne. Wir machen das. Wieso? Ist fein. Wieso macht er das nicht? Wieso geht das Makro nicht? Warum bin's? Dank. Please. Wie viel Damage macht Healing Rain? An dem Puls? Hm. Fuck. Ich mag Schaben. Schaben hier, Beste. Schaben und Diszi hier sind die besten Heiler im ganzen fucking Game. Change my mind. Immer noch LCD. Vorne.
Winds of the south, rise and come to your master's aid.
Muss mir gleich die Totems ausstellen, ne?
Before the tempest storm!
Okay, ich muss mir definitiv die Totems da unten ausstellen. Das ist ekelhaft. Totem-Tracker. Oh, scheiß drauf. Weg mit dir. Weg damit.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
Stopp. Add Cursor. Jetzt aber, oder? Proceeding Rain. Danke. Selbe für Spirit Link. Ups. Hier. Weil Spirit Link mehr auf V oder ne, Shift T. Actually. It's fine. Und wo ist Hitting Tide? Brauche ich noch? Spot immer auf mir. Wo ist mein Windtotem? Stumm. Wo ist Rushing Wind? Achso, ich habe hier Earthcrab. Okay, sie. Das heißt, ich brauche einen Crab. Entweder das. Oder Earthcrab. Oh, hier. Funktioniert. Will ich das so machen? Naja. Naja, das stimmt nicht ganz. Kann ich das auch so machen, actually? Sad. Anyways. Auf jeden Fall funktioniert's. Jetzt überlegen, brauche ich noch was? Ne? Time walk. Dumb. Hab ich doch als Maus over. Yep. The DH geht fast, I like that. What? It's oh. Okay. What the heck? Oh. What the heck is... Okay. I see you. Hab ich nicht? Nee, hab ich nicht. War es nicht so, dass man die immer wechseln muss, die Strahlen hier? Oh Mann. Jeez.
Heretics! You will suffer for this interruption.
Ancestor Guidance ist ziemlich cool. Wie viel Damage convert das? 25.
I need a target. Raz, smash!
Ich hab mir hier Guidance gar nicht gedingens, ne? Oder? Geht der Buff raus? Und wir haben es gerade übersehen, oder? Ich hab's mir nicht getrackt. Entweder habe ich es übersehen oder ich habe es mir nicht getrackt. Was hat Pandaren eigentlich nochmal für eine welche? Stimmt, der Single Target's done. Jeez. Scary. Wir haben BL, wir haben Ascendant. Nice. Der geht Master of Elements. Das habe ich mir getrackt. Um 1 Uhr. Ah, ich habe Acid Rain gar nicht geskillt. Moment. Äh. Machen wir hier Acid Rain wieder. Pandaren der als Beste. Mit Vulpera. Acid Rain hat ziemlich 4K Damage, nur in dem Pull. Interesting. Ups. Da links rum, gell?
Fearless assistance, I assume. As I purify these waters, the servants of filth will surely be stirred. Beware.
Das ist doch easy.
Patience, guests. The waters are nearly cleansed. The beast has returned. It must not pollute my waters. Ah, their filthiness stains me. My waters are cleansed. Drink in their power. Behold the power of pure water.
Yep. Kann ich mir Stagger tragen vom Monk? Als hier? Geht das? Oh mein. Guidance ist einfach insane an Healing. Ah, unfortunate. Oh, okay. Ich find's nice, wie er gerade Peak and Brace zieht. Ich meine Guidance. Und das Basic unser ganzer Heal für das Pack hier gerade war.
yourselves upon my body. Feel the strength of the earth. The cycle is complete. The victor has fallen. Earth's heart lies exposed.
Okay. That's a lot of damage.
The world will be reborn in flames! The burden is now yours to bear.
Bin daran, oder? It's kinda huge. Das da hätte ich gern, to be fair. Mit Spirit Walker. Oh, ist das Wurf? Zwölf Sekunden CD. Das ist instant. Ist das da mal wegmachen? Dann gehen wir damit. Was habe ich? Ja, ich wusste doch, ich kann Cast dispellen. Deswegen habe ich immer Dispel. I knew it. Gehen wir damit. Habe ich für Reincarnation eine CD? Okay. Was ich denn so machen? Ist ein Debuff, right? Shaman. Incarnation. Zwei 06. 08. Das bedeutet, lass einmal kurz sterben. Jetzt müsste die Vigor doch eigentlich angehen, oder? Ne, er ist ein anderer. Zwei 06? Ne, 255. 255. 080. So, kann ich ihn jetzt sehen. Ja, wie wär's? Jetzt Debuff. Release. Achso. So dumm. So, ne? Ausfahren, ja. Lass noch einen machen und dann war's das. Das wird mein letzter für heute. Danach bin ich raus. Ja, lass mal kurz reparieren. Der Kerl ist 415, ich glaube das. Ja. Machen wir. That's fine. Einmal das Toppen. What the heck? Win. Okay. Brauchen wir den nicht? Keck Smash, Alter. Damage Beast.
Be gone, you are not welcome.
Du fällst safe mein. Ich wollte gerade sagen, safe mein Bell, aber. Stimmt auch nicht wirklich, ne? Gut. What the heck?
Of the South, rise and come to your master's aid.
Also. Aber wie gesagt, das ist mein letzter. Es waren nur 2 Level bis jetzt, von daher not too bad. Könnte aber besser sein. Not gonna lie.
Here to spar.
I suggest we keep moving.
Abyssian said that Rathian will be waiting for us at the embassy atop the hill.
Not gonna lie.
Attack. I could use a good fight.
Ich meine, 2,24 ist jetzt nicht schlecht. Ich denke mit der... Ups. Eventuell gehe ich hier ein bisschen grober Assembly farmen mit dem demnächst. Für ein bisschen Stuff. Ich denke, das ist fein. Von daher, lassen wir es hier mal so stehen. Und ich hätte gesagt, GG's. Ich gucke, dass ich morgen wieder live gehe. Wobei ich für morgen nichts garantieren kann. Oder beziehungsweise heute Mittag, heute Abend. Ich fange an, heute meinen Schrank aufzubauen. Mit meinem Vater, der kommt. Von daher, je nachdem, wann wir da durch sind, je nachdem, wie motiviert ich bin, streame ich noch. Wenn nicht, dann halt nicht. Spätestens Sonntagmittag bin ich wieder da. Von daher, GG's und eine gute Nacht an alle, die da sind.